I hope you had some time to rest and also to potentially look at the 5 elements in the timeline. But if not, yeah, that's great. So before we jump right into the group work, I just wanted to make sure that you are seated in the correct table. So if yesterday you were sitting at one table, today you're sitting at the next table. So you're rotating. So if you were group one, the final thing of yesterday, the final round, you were group one, now you're group two, group three, and so on. And we also were requested to inform you that you can, of course, use the Wi-Fi, but please don't hotspot. Again, this plenary session for this workshop is being webcast. This is a hybrid workshop. We have online participants, and they are engaged in the same kind of exercises that the ones that we are doing here in the room. We have whisper interpretation. I think can the interpreters raise their hands? Thank you. And please note that other than water, no food or drinks are allowed in the room. So let's briefly recap the agenda for the day and what we did yesterday and today. So yesterday, first we looked at a visioning exercise. I think Fleur was moderating that part. And we reconnected with this bigger purpose of what are we doing and why are we doing? What is the kind of impact that we want to create with the gap? Then you were walked through the informal note with Vipka. So you could see this whole picture across priority areas and activities and deliverables. And this probably helped you to then reframe the activities, the deliverables yesterday in the rounds. Today we have 2 more rounds so that every one of you would have worked on 2 deliverables across the 5 priority areas. And then in the afternoon, we're going to shift a little bit the dynamic. We'll look at the timeline. So we printed this very summarized version of the timeline, and you can see that it takes a lot of space in those walls. So please take a look at that. And the activities, they are divided per priority area and per year. And see how you feel about that. Is this feasible? Do we have resources to do that? Is this aligned with other linkages of things that are happening within and outside the UNFCCC process? How can we leverage this? How can we work together? And then finally, the final part of the workshop will be looking at the 5 elements indicated by the co-facilitators in the informal note as in need of more work. Maybe they will be transformed into a new activity or a new deliverable, or just inform the existing just inform one activity or one deliverable that already exists and just need a little bit of a tweak to incorporate that. So we're going to have time for that as well. Today we have a very beautiful lightning talk again with Boitumelo Molete. And Marina Silva was supposed to close the event today, but unfortunately she had to anticipate her back to Brazil, so she's traveling back, and regrettably will not be with us. So with that, do any of you have any questions? Any comments before we kick in? Okay. So let's begin with our work. You already have in the tables the activities and deliverables that you're going to be working on for this next round. You have about 40 minutes to work on this. And then again, we will go back to plenary session to present back the reframed deliverables as you did. So thank you so much. And we see the plenary discussions in 40 minutes. You have 5 more minutes. So time is up. Are you ready? We will begin with the plenary presentations. Again, we'll ask you to scan the QR code. Um, let's move the slide so we can see the QR code. if it helps. It's not working. Okay, so please scan the QR code so you can provide feedback to the group that is presenting. And let's start with group 1 in the room. Group 1, are you ready? Yeah. Group 1, are you ready to present? Shall I go to the online group 1 then? Give you a couple of seconds. Are you ready? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. Group 1 here. Still dealing with priority area A on capacity building, knowledge management, and communication. And we are now today focusing on activity A6. Activity A6, just to give context and for the room and participants to understand in terms of our deliverables alignment to the activity, reads as follow. A6, promote the use of traditional media, social media, web resources, and innovative communication tools and education to effectively communicate with parties and the public, especially women, youth, and marginalized groups, among others, in accordance with each country's national registration, in particular by reaching out to women and girls and targeting communication to men and boys on the implementation of enhanced RIMA work program on gender, and it is gender action plan, and on gender responsive climate action. Quite packed. And of course, as we have set the scene to say those content is blanketed and it remains. So the group engaged on this on the first deliverables. We have two deliverables that we were looking at. Then 6.1 originally reads social appropriate media campaigns, websites, toolkits which are tailored to reach women, men, and marginalized groups. So the group really went to try to understand the activity so that we align our deliverable accordingly. And a number of proposal has been submitted to actually refine the deliverables. And we look at the issues of innovation, linking it to the activity. We look at the issues of what exactly do we want to communicate and to whom do we want to communicate. So at the end, we reframe the deliverable as follow: appropriate, inclusive, and accessible communication campaign and toolkits which are tailored to reach women, men, youth, marginalized group, and people living with disabilities. So what we have enhanced here is to add people living with disabilities as well as the youth, since we also underscore their importance in terms of contributing, especially to modern and innovative communication space. So implementation is at all level. We haven't changed that. But in terms of responsibilities, we have also added the youth group. So for the second deliverable, I will give to my co-facilitators to lead us.
Yeah, thank you. And for the second deliverable, which is A6.2, we agreed to remove the first bracketed text, which was about establishing communications labs, but also to add innovative in between the collaborative knowledge exchanges. And the reframed deliverable now reads to establish collaborative and innovative knowledge exchanges to develop and test new communication strategies or tools to promote narrative framing and storytelling techniques that simplify information on gender and climate, that also addresses misinformation and disinformation and promotes media literacy. So we removed also the last part of the original deliverable. Here we suggest to add in the original responsibilities the national gender and climate change focal points, in addition to those already reflected, and for levels of implementation: global, national, regional, and local. And for timeline, we do suggest that this remains ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move now to group 1 online. We can't hear you yet. Sorry.
A6. Oh, can you hear me
Yes,
okay?
now we can. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I was the facilitator for this group. I won't repeat the activity, but for the first deliverable on social media campaigns, etc., we'll read out again. We changed it to disseminate information materials to women and marginalized groups on gender responsive climate action, including on their implementation of the gender differentiated impacts of climate change. We didn't want to be too restricted here to parties, but this media campaign, we were cognizant as well of potential cost implications for a website to be created or changed in any way. So we broadened this out to disseminate information, materials, with that in mind, with that rationale in mind, as this is a party-led activity. For the second deliverable, we changed this to sharing best practices on how to communicate information and data on the gender climate nexus to the public, including through social media. Here, we wanted to start at the first place, which is on how to communicate this information and data, which is the key part of this message, before we jump to communication lab, which we found to be a bit of an ambiguous term, or collaborative knowledge exchanges, which we also weren't sure how to be measured or implemented, or exactly what that would entail. We changed this from media and relevant organizations led to party led, and we thought it would be interesting, as many countries already do have quite ambitious communication practices to communicate the gender climate nexus, to hear from those focal points. And in terms of how, we thought doing some short presentations during the National Gender and Climate Change focal point informal meetings that occur every SB and every COP could be an effective way to communicate best practices on sharing this information and data on the nexus to the public. There were a few parties in my group that raised that, the way that they are practicing communication of this information could be quite valuable to others. So that's how we take things.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so Vipke was raising here my attention that some of these ideas came from the workshops that we did in SB 62. And the idea of a communication lab is more like an ongoing practice where you can, in this case here, build the strategy for gender and climate literacy. So it seems that the two groups kind of like simplified the deliverable, and I think this is something that we can do today in as we present back to maybe even via the Mentimeter, or if the group want to respond back, to bring a little bit of the rationale of why we are making these choices. And I can see here in group one, agree with that communication lab is not clear and too ambiguous. Also, I don't think anyone can or should instruct the media to do anything. They should be independent. Okay. Any more thoughts on the communications lab? Okay. Let's move then to group two in the room. Yes.
Uh, Sorry for the interjection. I just wanted to make a correction for group one. It's a technical language on the deliverable where you are talking of persons living with disabilities. Can you please remove living, just say persons with disabilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, group two, round 4 in the room.
Yes, thank you. On group two, we were focusing on the activity on B4, enhanced participation and leadership of women, girls, including Indigenous women and girls from local communities, women and girls from African descent, and women environmental and human rights defenders in decision-making processes related to gender and climate change at all levels. So the first point of discussion was that the deliverables are almost not completely connected with the activity, or at least limiting, because the deliverables are focusing more on workshops and knowledge products. So we needed more concrete outputs and deliverables. So on the first deliverables on B4.4, we suggested improvement in terms of rephrasing it. The one that on workshops, webinars, and virtual platforms to exchange knowledge and experience. And the suggestion to rephrase it was to say targeted in-person and online workshops, webinars, virtual platforms, and other learning opportunities to enhance leadership skills and participation of women and girls across sectors and all UNFCCC work streams and constituted bodies. So that was the suggested rephrasing of that deliverables to make it more aligned. And then in terms of the level of implementation, in terms of improving that cannot just be limited at regional levels. It should go beyond that to national levels, subnational levels, sectors, including communities and villages. And then on the relevant organizations, in terms of the responsibilities, there were discussions around relevant organizations is too broad. What does that exactly mean? Perhaps we should also try to unpack what those relevant organizations are, for example, governments, etc. And then in making the activity also more directly related to deliverables, we should also come up with outputs and deliverables that are meant at putting action on enhancing the participation and leadership of women. So we agreed that we should also add a new deliverable under B4.4 as well. And then it was reframed, it was added as provide a dedicated space in decision-making processes for women, including CSOs, governments, and others, So that is a new suggested addition under B4.4 to have another deliverable there. And of course, we would also need to enhance the level of implementation and the responsible organizations. Thank you. My co-facilitator will then move to the next one.
Thank you. So just very briefly touch, we also were going to address B4.5. So it reads as toolkits or guidelines on how to apply gender responsive solutions and innovations identified in the dialogues. So we're thinking of how to really make sure that these toolkits or guidelines are like, first that it becomes broader and also that it's like an actionable deliverable. So we modified the language to read as utilization of knowledge products on how to apply gender responsive solutions and innovations identified in the dialogues. We also recognize that this one, like due to the other change we made with the previous deliverable, like this one makes sense in sequencing connected to the one above. So like to the thematic dialogue to scale up gender responsive solutions and innovations. So just had a proposition to switch both deliverables and have the toolkits, the knowledge products connected to the previous one. So becoming B.4.4. And yeah, thank you to the group. It was an excellent discussion. Back to you.
Thank you. Let's go to group 2 online.
To jump in as a facilitator for our group. We have had some of the same thoughts as the other groups, but they have a bit different. So at the activity for 4, we have thought that this is going to be about the national level because we think that the international is covered good enough. Therefore, we have changed that to standards because you have to see workshops and the work of these guidelines. We have changed that to across national climate policy strategies and plans. And therefore, also we have national as part of the implementation level responsibility. We think that this is something that the parties on contributing should be organizations from groups and activity and also relevant organizations. And we had a bit of questions about like it's kind of value will the platform give and like also get some feedback implement meter that is something we should have or not in the report. And then in the 4.5 we thought that it should be also after the B2 and 4.3, which talks about the dialogues at the international level. And that this should be parties that is leading and also organizations from the mentioned groups in activity that should be contributing. But we think that we should also think about whether these toolkits will give an added value or if it is already toolkits that is that we can use. So if we're going to have these toolkits, it should be based on what is lacking and what is talked about in the dialogue that we need more information about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to group 3 in the room.
Hi, good morning, colleagues. Today in our group on coherence, we focused on activity C7, which is identify and strengthen consistent inclusion of gender expertise and gender champions across national delegations to the UNFCCC and under the different UNFCCC work streams. First, I know it's not what we were supposed to do, but there was a minor change on the activity to include and spell out the National Gender and Climate Change focal point in addition to gender champions, which is also in brackets. But on the first deliverable on C7.1, which reads currently as key focal points within the delegation are identified and a network for consistent gender integration is established. We felt like this was a duplication of the role of the National Gender Climate Change Focal Point as it currently reads. So this could be potentially merged with an activity on strengthening the role of the Gender Climate Change Focal Point. But if we do keep this deliverable, we could consider having outputs around meetings to be organized under the leadership of the National Gender Climate Change Focal Point at the national level between gender experts groups. So the leading would be parties, but also the National Gender Climate Change Focal Point. Same level of implementation national with the timeline ongoing by 2026. The second deliverable currently reads as capacity building on gender within the respective UNFCCC work streams is provided, including through briefings and workshops. So we wanted to propose to rephrase it a little bit. Currently, it could be the following. Capacity building on gender within the respective UNFCCC work streams is provided for negotiators, national focal points, so at the party level, and chairs of regional groups, including through briefings, trainings. We added trainings here, and workshops. So the output, we could consider having virtual or online trainings, briefings, workshops. And we thought it would be also good to have written guidance notes for all participants of those trainings. For the leading, it would be parties to nominate the participant on the trainings. And contributing, we would have relevant organization, women and gender constituency, but also civil society, NGOs, secretariat for coordination, monitoring, and provision of the expertise during those trainings. The level of implementation would be national, but also regional and international. This activity would be ongoing as of 2026. And I thank my group for the very productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to group 3 online. We can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Very low. Say something more, please.
Okay, then we also,
Yes.
now can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Okay. Then we also discussed the activity number 3 setup. Key focal points within the delegation are identified and a network for persistent gender integration is established. We also have significant discussion like the group before. Related to the role duplication within national gender focal point. And we suggested that identify at least one key gender champion with its education, ensuring their meaningful engagement within different UNFCCC work streams and establishing a new network for consistent gender integration that is responsible for ministering gender in the different frameworks and policies by its delegation. Original responsibilities as well, it was mentioned as parties, and we have also added their right with responsibility of secretariat, relevant organizations, and government agency. The time frame is by 26. I think our group has consensus that it is an ongoing process. And we also have some feedback like one focal point related dedicated point is C8. That's why we also indicated here one point may not be enough or more ambition to get the gender responsive and really we want to identify structure for them. Should it be better to integrate at delegation level or work stream level? And it's hard to look at the activities as separate because it's all interrelated. And I think the second point we didn't have stand for the second the app was coming for the discussion. I think there are other capacity building related deliverables in other areas as well. I think if I missed something, I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to group 4 in the room. Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
a second. Vipke would like to say something.
Thank you, Thais. Just to share here, I was checking. So these, and we've mentioned this many times, that these activities, as they're reflected in the informal node, reflect the views that were shared in the workshop and in the informal, in the negotiations. And so I can't see. I know that there's a few individuals that are part of this workshop that are not in the room right now that could specifically speak to what they were intending when this was brought into the room. But I think for some of these, it makes sense to also talk to each other, as same as with the communication labs. If there's unclarity on what the intention of a deliverable or an activity could be, to try to find out what those that brought it in were intending, and then to have that conversation. With this activity, some things that I would want to highlight of how we are seeing it as potentially being different as potentially being different from some of the other capacity building activities, and potentially different from some of the activities that are specifically to national gender and climate change focal points, where that when this idea was introduced, the focus was on the fact that one national gender and climate change focal point had a large task with being engaged in the gender negotiations, and at the same time ensuring that the topic was integrated everywhere else. So the proposal as it was made in the room was for parties, and that's why it here in the activity says responsibility for parties, to establish a network within themselves of more than one focal point, ensuring that it's across the thematic areas. And that's also why originally here in the informal node, the capacity building you see here as responsibility parties. So the focus is slightly different from some of the other deliverables, where it's mostly the secretariat or organizations providing a capacity building. This is something that was brought in that is really kind of focusing on how parties are dealing with this, just to kind of highlight how some of this could be seen as a little bit different from activities that might read quite similar. But yeah.
Thank you. Now let's go to group 4.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to present on behalf of Group 4. We were looking at activity D5, which only has one deliverable that initially read build institutional capacity to collect, manage, and use gender disaggregated data for gender analysis in national climate systems as appropriate. First and foremost, the team felt that the deliverable as it is right now reads as an activity. So we have rephrased it to read as a deliverable. And of course, taking into account other aspects. So we are proposing that it reads institutional capacity of national statistical bureaus, parties, national gender and climate focal points, and relevant stakeholders on collection, management, and use of gender disaggregated data enhanced. And for this activity, the leading would be parties. So it's done at national level, and it remains as an ongoing activity. We have, however, proposed a second deliverable just for purposes of knowledge exchange. And so the second deliverable would be a global dialogue on gender and environment data to exchange best practices held. And we are proposing that this global dialogue be taking place every 3 years. And the leading in this would be the Secretariat. So it's at international level. Our second activity, we were looking at D6, which generally is on raising awareness of the financial and technical support available. The current deliverable is webinars, communication materials in various languages. That is bracketed, and events. So on this one, we have refreshed the deliverable to read as webinars, communication materials, and events on available financial and technical support for parties, national gender and climate change focal points, and relevant stakeholders delivered, including at the UNFCCC conferences. So that narrative on the UNFCCC conferences, when you look at the draft text, it's a deliverable D62. So with that, then we are proposing that we merge the two deliverables, and the leading in this would be the Secretariat, with the contributing stakeholders being parties and financial mechanisms and entities, and it's ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jared. I'm reporting back for Group 4 Online. So our group had a very robust and collaborative discussion and had similar thoughts to the group in the room. So some of the kind of reframed elements of our deliverable for, D51 was around, so we kept sort of the deliverable as it was, but added a few things in. So we added to build institutional capacity to collect, manage, and increase the uptake and use of gender disaggregated data and statistics for gender analysis. And we also added towards the end and emerging issues as appropriate, just to reflect that the activity does speak to emerging issues as well. When it comes to leading, we had a great conversation about the importance of citizens in generating data in this space as well, and that citizens are not just beneficiaries of data, but also co-creators of data and action. So kind of open question, I suppose, about whether citizens are included under parties leading this. We also had a conversation about really relying on academia. So a comment was around parties should be considering using their universities and other academic institutions to coordinate and conduct data gathering and analysis, and that's a really important contributor to this process. We talked a bit about the responsibility and the governance of particular public institutions, and maybe seek to better articulate who's responsible when we talk about relevant organizations or institutions. So that would be in the leading responsibilities part. We also kind of talked a bit about other relevant international organizations in this space. So like the Gender and Environment Data Alliance, obviously they work at the international level, but just to sort of provide that framing of international, but we note that international is bracketed in terms of level of implementation. We also talked about who should contribute in terms of the national gender and climate change focal points, who might have access to or oversight of particular data as well. We talked a bit about whether we should include specific reference to things like ministries of environment, climate change, others, ministries of statistics and gender as well. I might leave it there on that one. We talked a bit about sort of how do you develop and track the building of this institutional capacity. That was a question that we had as well. We didn't really necessarily have an answer. On D6, activity D6, deliverable number 1, this is about webinars, communication materials to deliver on activity D6. We thought this was a little bit vague, so we kind of did reframe this deliverable to be a bit more actionable. So we talked about support the creation, sharing, and dissemination of webinars, communication materials in various languages, events. And we also talked about the importance of storytelling and field exposures, really kind of capturing the fact that this that this deliverable is supporting an activity that talks about grassroots women's organisations, Indigenous peoples, and that capturing those experiences through storytelling and field experiences is really important. We talked about regional and global events to share good practices as well, so that would go to capturing the levels of implementation. We talked a bit about how to sort of measure this, the impact of supporting the dissemination of these materials. We talked a bit about the potential merging of these deliverables, and I know that's part of the note as well about combining perhaps deliverables D1, D6, D7. We also talked a bit about enhancing the effectiveness of these in terms of capacity building as well. But I might leave it there and see if anyone from the group online wants to jump in. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to group 5 in the room.
Okay, morning everyone. In group 5, we discussed about, like yesterday, monitoring and reporting. We were in activity E1 yesterday. Today is E2. For the deliverable, we saw the sentence was a bit confusing. I'm going to read it. And so the sentence was synthesis report produced by the Secretariat, bracket UNFCCC, the implementation of gender responsive policies, strategies, action and on regular reports and communication under the UNFCCC integrated gender consideration. So therefore, we decided to rephrase this, and the beginning of the sentence, we change sentences by analysis, because we think that is more the when you analyze, you've got more insight and you can give recommendations. So the sentence reads as analysis reports produced by the Secretariat on the implementation of gender responsive national policy strategy, action and regular reports and communication under the UNFCCC. The reflection under this table was we look at the past and we see that we are very good on reporting, but we need to make some effort on monitoring. Maybe we thought it will be a good idea maybe to create like a mechanism or a tool to see any changes, but in the sense of progression. And on the timeline, we thought instead of ongoing to make it every 2 years, but 2 years after the BTR, because the BTR can feed and help the Secretariat to do this report. I'm going to give the floor now to my colleague, and he will report.
Thank you so much, Anja. Moving forward to activity E2.3. As it currently reads, says develop of a framework and guidelines for complementary voluntary party reporting on gender, and then integration mainstreaming in policy plans, strategies, and actions reflecting multidimensional factors. In this regard, we agreed that it would be important to maintain or take out the brackets on frameworks and guidelines, because this allows for a framework would allow for better comparison as opposed to guidelines, which might be more dispersed and not necessarily generate standard information that would allow, again, comparison. We also had a discussion on the two options, which is integration and mainstreaming. Many members in the table agreed that integration seemed to be a more comprehensive term. However, there was also the question on whether it could be mainstreaming or responsive. So we didn't get to a full decision on that, but reflecting that this requires further discussion. And then there was also a discussion on whether this the reporting of the framework or guidelines could be online, but we don't want to be prescriptive of other options, but to make it find a way that's easier for parties, and the secretariat to be able to report. And then we agree that on the timeline on the secretariat suggestion to complete this specific output by COP32, so to allow both sufficient time to for countries to have access to the guideline for the next BTR reporting. And yep, and then it was not discussed, but there was also activity E2.4, which is inviting parties. I'm sorry, looking for the table here. Voluntary national reporting. We agreed that this activity was important in order to maintain the cycle. So you have on the first, you have the development of the framework and guidelines. Then you would have parties reporting on a biennial cadence during the BTR process. But this is not, and this is reflective of all strategies, actions, and regular reports and communications. So not necessarily only the BTR, but in alignment with the BTR process. And then you have the synthesis report after the year of the BTR, the analysis report, sorry. And then as Angela mentioned, we would also encourage to add an additional activity that is the development of this monitoring mechanism or tool that can take many forms: dialogue, informal meetings, platforms, database, but that it shows, as Angela mentioned, this principle of progressivity and to be able to compare results across time.
Thank you. There is one feedback for the group. I already read it, so maybe we can reflect about that. Someone says, I think it would be difficult to establish additional reporting frameworks outside the BTRs. Exchanging on best practices for reporting on gender in BTRs could be repeated. There was exchange at COP29. I don't know if you have any thoughts that you'd like to comment on that, or if we just park for now.
So the discussion on that specific is that this should definitely be a complement to the BTR. It's not meant to replace in any way, but rather provide further this framework and guidelines for improving that reporting. And then but it's meant to be part of this process. It's not a supplementary process by any means.
Thank you.
Yes, hi everybody. I hope you can hear me all right. There's a bit of an echo, okay, but I'll continue. Similar to the in-person group, we also thought that the sentence as it was now in E2 was a little bit confusing. We, like them, also thought that there was a lot of overlap with E2 and therefore we also considered changing the word synthesis reports to somewhat of an analysis to better look at what implementation is not as of yet successful. And we also thought it'd be important to keep the underlined text. So we rephrased it to finally read analysis reports produced by the Secretariat on the implementation of gender responsive policies, strategies, action, and on how regular reports and communications under the UNFCCC integrate gender considerations. And we thought of adding to the levels of implementation also the national level. And then we, in terms of the timeline, wanted to maybe be a bit more specific and figured that maybe for a gap that is stretching over 9 years, we'd like to see something of a 3-year, three-yearly report. So 3 reports that do this analysis spaced out over the 9 years. But we did want to flag, and that also goes for the second or for the next activity that we discussed, that we would like for the secretary to give some guidance on if there isn't already a lot of reporting like this going on. So just to check if this isn't a duplication of reports or analysis that is already being done. And then just for E2.3, I think we also there had similar discussions. We would also like to keep the text that's currently in brackets. And the final text that we then had was the development of a framework and guidelines for complementary party reporting on gender integration and mainstreaming in climate policy, plan strategies, and action reflecting multidimensional factors. And we agreed also that the suggested timeline for having this ready at COP32 was good. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. And I think we covered all the feedback on the Mentimeter. So is there any other thoughts or questions in the room, reflections about this round 4? Anything? We have some time, and then we're going to have a coffee break, but we have time if you want to elaborate on any point or raise a question or concern. So group 5 online now, I'll come to you in a second. Group 5 online just asked if there was already not many reports happening on E. So Wiebke, I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yes. So in terms of the reporting that's already happening under the UNFCCC and where information on gender could theoretically be captured, we currently have an activity under the Gender Action Plan that is a biannual synthesis report on gender integration in climate policies, plan strategies, and actions. And that is a high-level synthesis of how gender was captured there. So this is something that has been produced in the past as part of an activity under the Gender Action Plan. Then parties, of course, submit their documents to the UNFCCC, and there is a NDC synthesis report that is published on a regular basis that also includes a chapter on gender. And there will be a BTR synthesis report, and the same is also done for NEPS. And in these reports, usually, if there is any substance on gender included in those documents, that is captured in those synthesis reports. So maybe for those that are not too familiar with this, we can share the links to those reports so that everyone can see what the depth and the breadth of the information is that is currently captured under those reports. We will also share the most recent report, synthesis report, that was published under the mandate of the Gender Action Plan. And we can see it did capture that there was an increase of parties reporting. But of course, other than some other topics, gender is not something that is mandatory to be reported on. So there is the case where we see that increasingly it's showing up in the reporting, but sometimes there's parties that would have a very strong focus on gender in their NDC, but it might not necessarily show in their BTR, and there's currently no guidance on how and where gender could be included in the reporting, certainly not from the Secretariat side. Yep.
Thank you.
So we'll share those links.
There's one comment here.
Just to that we fully agree with the point of the Secretariat, and that's where we see the great value of the framework and the guidelines, because then that allows parties to have clear understanding and then hopefully facilitate also, as we mentioned, the comparison of information.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer from Sweden, but also representing the EU, and I was the one who wrote the Menti comment. So I just wanted to continue that, because I think while we want to, we're happy to encourage further reporting on gender and to make it more like to see how do we how do we help parties report more on gender in the BTRs? I think developing like a framework for that would be like very difficult for us to say that we should do, because then my transparency colleagues will be like, what, no, you can't do that, or they've already said that. So rather like, but of course maybe this is to be negotiated, but could you talk more, could you say something else than developing I mean, yeah, a framework, because it sounds very comprehensive and sort of instructory on how you should report rather than like an instrument, that's voluntary for to use if you want to use it. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. On reporting on gender in the BTRs, the MPGs for the BTRs have to be revised by 2028. Of course, in the section for adaptation in the MPGs, there is a provision that speaks to reporting on gender, but it's not so clear, I agree. So there is still that space to improve the MPGs when the process for revising the MPGs start. And then maybe possibly, of course, this depends on parties and negotiations, includes elements of reporting on gender and try to provide more clearer guidance on how to report on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there another comment on the same table or no? Anyone else? No? Do we have any comments from those who are joining us online? Is there any questions that you'd like to raise at this point? I don't think so. Okay, so we're gonna stop for a break for 20 minutes and we'll be back here at 11:40. Thank you so much. Enjoy your break.
Hello, good morning. Of a problem with my deadline. I think I met you at Villa Media. Oh yeah. I think we still have it to finish. Yeah. When you look at 11 okay. 11, yeah. But I didn't have it was just so I guess is that by the last uh when I joined I was
Welcome back, everyone. Please remember to now sit at the last table. It's our final round, round 5. And we will work for 40 minutes and then present back in plenary. You have 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. All right, time is up for our last round. We will begin with the plenary presentations. please scan the Mentimeter QR code or type in the on your browser so that you can provide feedback to the groups. Can I ask group 1 in the room to report back? Is group 1 ready to report back? Let me go to group 1 online first then. Group 1 online, those who worked on priority area A.
Me? All right.
We can hear you.
Oh, lovely. Okay. I was again the facilitator for Group A. The activity that we were looking at, well, I can read it out loud. It's quite long. Maybe I won't read the activity, but I'll read the deliverable as written, which is capacity building for parties, national climate change and gender focal points, national focal points, and UNFCCC negotiators of all agenda items is provided, including through briefings, workshops, and training materials, including on emerging issues. Our edits were mostly editorial, as well as to kind of focus the discussion a little bit further. We think the value add here would be, since it's focused on the UNFCCC process, on the focal points, on the HODs, that it should be to mainstream gender across the agenda items and build that capacity building. So our updated text reads, provide capacity building on mainstreaming gender across agenda items for UNFCCC national climate change and gender focal points, national focal points, and all negotiators, including through briefings and trainings, including on emerging issues. And we thought that these capacity building trainings should occur annually at the subsidiary bodies in order to ensure enough time to prepare how to mainstream this text throughout the agenda items at the COP annually. That's on A1. Our second deliverable that we focused on was A7, where the activity is increase the knowledge of emerging issues such as sexual reproductive health and rights, gender-based violence, and unpaid care work in the context of gender and climate change. Our task here was to create deliverables for this activity. And our initial thinking was to take a step back and to be able to understand the context better for these emerging issues. It would be important to know how these emerging issues are being reflected in parties themselves. So we created a first deliverable of, it reads, conduct national assessments on emerging issues such as sexual rights and health, sexual reproductive and health rights, gender-based violence, and unpaid care work in the context of gender and climate change for submission to the Secretariat. So this would be led by parties and supported by relevant organizations that would also like to make a submission on this assessment. These would be submitted in March 2027 to ensure that this is ahead of the 5-year review of the Gender Action Plan. This would be followed by a second deliverable where the Secretariat would organize a dialogue or a workshop on the findings of the national assessments, and it would include recommendations and capacity building. So then this workshop would be followed up at COP32 that same year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And we see here already a feedback for group 1 includes children in awareness, capacity building, and literacy efforts related to emerging issues. So having children as one group included in emerging issues. Thank you. Group 1 in the room, are you ready?
Group 1? Yeah.
Yeah, that was fast. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Group 1 in persons. So our approach to activity A1 and the priority A, which is still on capacity building, knowledge management, and communication. The activity, as it has been read, I don't need to repeat by the online team. We unpacked and look at the proposed deliverable, that is A1, and made some proposal to amend or refine the deliverables. So currently, of course, it's reading capacity building for parties, national climate change and gender focal point, national focal points, and UNFCCC negotiators of all agenda items is provided, including through briefings, workshops, and training materials, including on emerging issues. So the deliberation were really more. First, I think we proposed to remove parties and of course have those listed, because parties now it's more broader as well. We were trying to pin it so that there is accountability in a way, and then propose the additional of gender focal point in other sectors so that they are included as well. And of course the issue of emerging issues still came up. I think yesterday we deliberated on this so that it reflects quite an open-ended submission, and the group discussed that there is a need to qualify it and still retain the national context. So the new proposed deliverable reads as follows: capacity building for national focal points. We actually reorder as well so that there is also hierarchy in the reading, in the order. So capacity building for national focal points, national climate change and gender focal points, other sectoral gender focal point, UNFCCC negotiators across all gender items is provided, including through briefings, workshops, and training materials, including emerging issues within national context. So that is our first deliverable. So I will give the chance to my co-facilitators to take us through the other activity for 7A or A7 rather.
Thank you for A7. We did discuss on the deliverables, and we narrowed down to one, which reads as follows: to enhance awareness through mandated technical dialogues and information dissemination on emerging issues, including sexual reproductive health and rights, gender-based violence, and unpaid care work. Responsibilities to the Secretariat, the UN's entity on sexual reproductive health and rights, and the UN entity on gender equality, and relevant organizations contributing. Levels of implementation would be international, regional, national, and local. Timeline, it's ongoing, but with specifics to SB 64, SB 66, and the second global stocktake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another feedback here, besides of including children, include youth as well for capacity building and awareness. Let's move to group 2 in person.
Sorry, we're still discussing.
Sorry,
So
can I
we
just
are
ask you
on-
to be closer to the mic, please,
Okay.
a little bit? Thank you.
So our group was discussing P6 on enhanced safety protection mechanisms and support for women, environmental and human rights defenders, indigenous women and girls, women and girls from local communities, women and girls of African descent, and women organizations to exercise full, meaningful, and equal participation in leadership and knowledge sharing on climate policies and action in national and international processes. So we felt that in terms of doing this and enhancing safety, we cannot just start with the development of the guidelines. What we need first is to have a dialogue to really understand who it is that we are protecting. So on the first deliverable under B6, we are proposing a new deliverable to have a thematic dialogue to explore, expand, and understand women, environment, and human rights organizations and other relevant groups to enhance their equal, meaningful, and sustained participation. So we first need to have that dialogue. And the timeline for that dialogue, we're saying by the SBs in 2027. And then in terms of the contributing organizations, we maintain the current ones as they are in B6, but also add the grassroots organizations and frontline climate activists. And then in terms of the levels of implementation, this can happen at international levels, but also at regional levels as well. So yeah, that is that new activity. Yeah, and then the timeline is by 2027, as I said, as the SBs, because we feel that the COPs tend to be more busy, so it would be better if it's at the SBs so that there's more focus in that dialogue. And then after then we've had the dialogue, we can then look into the development of the guidelines. But on that activity on the guidelines, we also thought it would be better to also rephrase the language there to make it more inclusive. So the activity the deliverable would be rephrased as guidelines for support, protection, and safe participation of women, environmental, and human rights defenders and other relevant groups at meetings and other events as appropriate, because we felt that we cannot just limit this to international meetings. There are other meetings where these guidelines would also need to be implemented to ensure that the support and the protection of the people. So that's that. And then we felt that in terms of the timeline, we need to also rephrase the original timeline because it was saying it's an ongoing thing, but we think this needs to be sooner. The sooner, the better, just after the dialogue in 2024. So these guidelines should be completed by 2028. And then in terms of levels of implementation, this should not only be done at international levels. There are already a lot of activities or initiatives happening at regional and national levels. So we can also involve the regions and the nations in that work. And then the responsibilities, we think that as they are reflected originally, we can still maintain that level of responsibility. Thank you. My co-facilitator will continue.
And then for the last deliverable that said, just to read capacity strengthening and security training for women environmental human rights defenders, we thought that didn't give clarity because it's like understood as that the women environmental human rights defenders have to train themselves to protect themselves. But rather, we were thought it would be more useful and it would make more sense to like actually think about who needs to receive that training to actually create a safe and enabling environment for women environmental human rights defenders and other groups. So we reframed the deliverable to read as capacity strengthening and security training according to the guidelines, so that the guidelines themselves can give clarity on who needs to be trained at what level and what type of security training and capacity strengthening needs to happen there for which different groups. And for that, we have a timeline that is following the suggestion of the Secretariat by 2028. Also following like that the guidelines would be in conjunction with this, like would guide this training. So yeah, thank you. And thank you for the group.
Thank you. Let's go to group 2 online.
We don't hear anyone here. No, it's not me. I just said that we don't hear no one here as well.
I think there might have been a technical issue because there were two groups working on element D, so perhaps no one was working on this element. I'm not sure, but this is my guess.
Thank you, and thank you for the people who collaborated on the inputs for this group 3. So the activity number C81 refers to the mobilization of travel funds for national gender and climate change focal points. We thought this was fine as it is because it's in line with the Lima Work Program. We just added as a type of output coordination of mobilization, and the original responsibilities in terms of leading actors would refer to parties and relevant organizations, and as contributing actor, the Secretariat. For levels of implementation, it would be national, regional, and international. Just a note here that currently the national level is the space where mostly the activities of mobilization happen. As the roles, as leading stakeholders, the parties and the relevant organizations would be doing the mobilization, whereas as the Secretariat in a contributing role would be doing the coordination, and the timeline would be ongoing. And CH2 is closely related. So the deliverable would remain the same. The type of output would be coordination of mobilization. So this activity deliverable refers to supporting the National Gender and Climate Change focal point at relevant mandated UNFCCC meetings upon request and subject to the availability of support. So the responsibilities would remain as leading the Secretariat and contributing parties and relevant organizations, with the Secretariat doing the coordination and the parties and relevant organizations providing information. The levels of implementation would be international and regional, and the timeline would be ongoing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to group 3 online then, those working on priority area C.
We also have any big changes that we would propose. So we have only changed a bit the wording on the deliverables. So on the first deliverable, we have changed it to secure commitment of national governments and relevant entities to mobilize and support travel funds for national gender and climate change focal points. But other than that, we have not changed anything on that deliverable. And on C82, we thought that the first part of
the deliverable is already said in the activities. Therefore, we have just made it shorter and written it as coordinate travel support provided for national gender and climate change focal points upon request and subject to the availability of such support. Thank you.
Let's go to group 4 in the room, please. Sorry, just before that, there's one feedback here for group 3. It seems to be an overlap between mobilization of funds for national gender and climate change focal points in B3 and C8. Maybe someone from the Secretariat can explain. I think Vip mentioned this before, that sometimes the activity is very similar or the deliverable, but it's actually fulfilling a different function. So I don't know if we can come back to this question by the end of these rounds. Group 4, please.
So thank you. For group 4, we were looking at a D7, 1 and 2. First, we just want to say we didn't have enough time to conclusively discuss this, but at least we made some headway. So the deliverable on D7.1, the original deliverable is a dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance. And when you look at that deliverable, it's similar to D7.2, which we were also handling, which is about a co-hosted dialogue on tracking gender responsive climate finance flows. So there's a bit of similarity. So our proposal, though not too conclusive, is to merge the two so that the dialogue is just one, but then still achieve the two aspirations of both advancing gender responsive climate finance while at the same time tracking gender responsive finance, climate finance flows. So a proposal for a reframed deliverable that would merge the two is a dialogue to advance and track gender responsive climate finance flows held. And in terms of responsibilities, we also discussed originally the responsibility is for the SCF and operating entities of the financial mechanism, public and private financial entities and secretariat. So we are proposing that the leading for this dialogue be the secretariat and the SCF, while in terms of contributions, we would have then the operating entities of the financial mechanisms, multilateral development banks, financial institutions, public and private financial entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the group 4 online. Those working on priority area D. I think there are 2 groups working on D, so you can both report. Thank you.
May I start? Thank you so much. My name is Nora. I'm from Egypt. I was representing the group working on D7.1 and D7.2. Our contributions are very much similar to the ones that have been made already offline. The main questions that we had in mind is how to make the deliverable less vague, less redundant, and more actionable, but also discussing a bit more the stakeholders who should be involved in those deliverables. In the outset, we believe that other than the financial institutions and secretariat, there should be also the involvement of vulnerable communities as well as civil society organizations so that they can give their realities in those dialogues to develop kind of meaningful indicators. But at the same time, we also thought that maybe this has been already covered in the other areas of D. So our proposed amendment was to combine also D7.1 and D7.2 in this wording, but to also make it more actionable. So our proposed wording is holding dialogues to deliver meaningful recommendations as to advance gender responsive climate finance and to track gender responsive climate finance flows. Regarding the level of implementations, we've also agreed that it's going to be international. As for the timeline, we believe that according as it has been already presented in the plan, it should be done by SB 67 or 2027. However, we think that this process should be ongoing because tracking the climate finance flows as to how it should be gender responsive should be an ongoing process, not something that only is done once. Regarding the responsibilities, they are also the same as the responsibilities already mentioned by the team offline, so we don't want to be redundant or take too much time. Thank you so much. And if anybody else wants to complement, please.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the second group, D online, if there's anything that needs to be added?
So I think we had very similar discussions to this group. So I think we agreed that the merging of the first and second deliverables for this activity makes sense. They're talking about very similar things. We had reframing around the deliverable would be convene a multi-stakeholder dialogue on developing, enhancing, and tracking gender-responsive climate finance flows and recommendations for improving allocations to advance gender-responsive climate finance. And we obviously reflected that deliverable 3 here is a dialogue report biannually, so we think that it was important to discuss that report as well, that these dialogues are really important and that an output would be having a dialogue report to really track the impact of these dialogues. And we talked about that tracking. It's important to also note the quality, quantity, and accessibility of gender responsive climate finance flows, and to reflect on the progress and dynamics over several years. We also talked about the responsibilities for delivery, and we thought it was worth adding philanthropic funding bodies to those who are responsible. And we noted too that the responsibilities, there was no clear leading or contributing. So we thought deliverable 1 and 2, the kind of entities there are important. We think it's important for the Secretariat to have a role, but we also thought it's important for parties to also have a role contributing to this discussion as well. We talked a little bit about the timing of when this should start. We just think it's important to specify that biannually it would be good to start this at maybe SB 64 rather than have these at COPs, just because COPs can be quite busy times, whereas the SBs give us a bit more time to have these technical discussions with all of the various constituted bodies. I might leave it there. Thank you.
Let's go to group 5. Sorry, there is one feedback here from group 4. Can we have SCF and OE as leading, or are they rather contributing? Is the previous gap, it was SAG leading and inviting? Okay, so I'll pass it over to Fleur.
So this, hello everyone. I haven't said hello to everyone today. Hello. And the first question I get is on finance. The reason it was inviting before is because of the relationship between the COP and the CMA and the operating entities. So it was a direction, it was the Secretariat leading and an invitation. And one thing to think about is so the SCF is a body, so that the COP or the CMA can direct the body or request the body to do things, but it's a different relationship with the operating entities of the financial mechanism. One thing is also that a framing of these can be the Secretariat in collaboration with, so that it's a very clear indication that this is not only the Secretariat that's expected to do this, but it is, from a procedural perspective, the governing body can request the Secretariat or can direct the Secretariat to be leading on something. So there are a couple of different ways it could be, but previously the use of inviting, which seems a bit odd in an action plan, but that is the way it needs to be done in order for the governing body to be able to request body that it doesn't have direct control over or jurisdiction over be able to do that. And that was the same with, for instance, the IPCC. And some parties also felt that that was appropriate when also inviting constituted, talking about constituted bodies. So,
do you want to take the other question as well? The similarities between B3 and C8?
So there are clearly similarities between B3 and C8. In fact, I think there is a direct duplication of language in the mobilization deliverable and output. And in fact, C8.2 is a replication of the mandate that the Secretariat already has in the Lima Work Program under paragraph 22F. I think the thing here is perhaps the purpose for which it's been put into a particular priority area. I think the point that was being made by talking about the mobilization and the need for national gender and climate change focal points to be supported in this context is because of its relationship to the coherence that gender mainstreaming does involve the participation of gender experts across UNFCCC topics and meetings. And so one of the ways in which you would achieve that is also to ensure that focal points can attend those relevant meetings. So I think that was probably the thinking behind why it ended up also in coherence. And so then there needs to be some thought about whether or not, in either place, that the outcome is intended to be the same, which is that national gender and climate change focal points can attend relevant meetings.
Thank you. Let's go to the report back 8. Yeah, you have a question before? Yeah, sure.
Thank you. This is Jennifer from the EU and Sweden. On the first point there about that we need to say inviting, could we ask the Secretariat to include that in all the relevant places? So because we talked about the IPCC, so maybe we need to add inviting there, and maybe you need to add inviting then to the phrases in D as well. Is that something we can ask you to do? If I understood your answer correctly, that we need to phrase it like that. Thank you.
So this is perhaps a broader question about some of these things which are technical in the sense of process, where what you're trying to achieve is obvious on the face of what you've written, but isn't achievable because of our process, the way it's drafted. So yes, the Secretariat has a role and can be asked by parties to help with that in identifying, but it needs to be clear then what the intent is. And so an invitation might be different to something where you're asking, for instance, Secretariat to collaborate. So you need to be clear about what it is that you're intending, but certainly it's something that we could support with, is looking at the deliverables and seeing from a process perspective what needs to change in order for it to actually work.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful, and maybe if the room agrees, we could ask the Secretariat to be kind and identify these places process-wise, so we're saying things we can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the Group 5 report back.
Thank you very much. So we, in this final round, we discuss activities E3.1 and E4.1. Regarding the E3, first mentioned that we both revised both the activity as well as the output because of the deep linkages and the necessity of clarity for it to be able to have the appropriate outcome. So in regards to activity E3, the table identified two options. Option one would be to convert this activity into a deliverable into activity E2, which is the monitor and reporting on the implementation of gender responsive climate policies, etc. And in that, if that would be the option, then it's how it would read would be to facilitate an online learning course on monitoring and reporting in relation to gender and climate. Alternatively, if it were to remain an activity, it would read as strengthen capacity um, for monitoring and reporting in relation to gender and climate, and then have as the deliverable an online learning course. Also, as part of the discussion of the table, there was the necessity to also consider an additional deliverable on a one hybrid session that is focused on monitoring and reporting in relation to gender and climate, that helps to further complement the online course. And this can also be connected, but this could also be connected to activity D5.2. In regards to activity E4, which reads promote synergies between the Enhanced Lima Work Program and the Gender Action Plan, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and the Global Stocktake regarding gender disaggregated data, and having as a deliverable a dialogue to discuss the outcomes of the IPCC Gender Expert Group meeting, gender disaggregated data, and how they might inform the next Global Stocktake. The table had a very fruitful discussion on how to streamline this both the activity and the deliverable, and how it got the activity got redrafted was for dialogues in plural on the interlinkages of the GAP, IPCC, and the global stocktake processes and outcomes related to gender disaggregated data. And then for the original responsibilities, we had the Secretariat and contributing the IPCC, and there regarding clarity on whether we would have to invite the IPCC, and then also add parties and relevant organizations. And for the timeline, we agree that it should be 2028 before the IPCC Assessment Report 7 and the Global Stocktake, and after, and then take out the IPCC expert group meeting, just so that there's one dialogue before and one dialogue after, so there's continuity.
Thank you very much. I understand that no one online worked on activity E. So this is the end of our morning. We'll have a 1-hour lunch break, and we'll be back at 2:10 in the room. And we have quite a packed agenda for the afternoon, so please come back in time so we can make the most of our time together. Have a nice break. Test 1, 2, 3. Let's see if the virtual participants hear me. Yes?
Yes. Right.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had some time to rest a little bit. Now we're going to begin our afternoon with another doses of inspiration with another lightning talk. So I would like to invite Witomelo Molete to give our second lightning talk. Witomelo has many roles. Two of them are commissioner at Congress of South African Trade Unions and social development policy coordinator, co-lead on climate change and just transition in the COSATU policy unit. Witomelo.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the colleagues that are here from across constituencies. As indicated, I'm Witumelo Molete. I represent a constituency called Tungo, which is the trade union's NGO in the UNFCCC. I speak today as a Tungo delegate, carrying the voices of working people, women, youth, who are too often absent from these decision-making spaces, but who are on the front lines of both climate impacts and climate solutions. Our starting point as Tungo is simple. Climate risks are not evenly distributed. The storms, the drought, and the energy crisis that we face in Africa do not hit society in the same way. They expose and magnify pre-existing inequalities, and unless we act deliberately, the transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy will reproduce the same injustices we are meant to overcome. The Congress of South African Trade Unions, COSATU, has a policy on climate change, which is titled Towards a Just and Equitable Transition. The blueprint is also a just transition document, as well as the gender toolkit on just transition, which remind us that vulnerabilities are intersectional. Gender, class, race, age, location, disability, and access to resources all determine how people experience climate change. For example, in South Africa, Black working class women face the highest rates of unemployment, compounded by unpaid care responsibilities. Climate shocks further increase their financial dependence, interdependence, and vulnerability. Youth, who make up majority of our population, confront precarious work and limited pathways into green jobs. Their potential as innovators and leaders is sidelined, when in fact they should be the ones that are shaping the solutions. Workers in the informal economies, especially women, street traders, and waste pickers, are highly exposed to extreme weather, but excluded from the social protection measures and the just transition policies. Persons with disabilities are at even greater risk during disasters and displacement, yet their needs are rarely considered in adaptation planning. Rural communities, and particularly rural women, face energy poverty, water insecurity, and food stress that climate change multiplies. This is why, as Tungo, we insist that the Gender Action Plan must be more than just a symbol. It must transform power relations. First, we must recognize and redistribute care work. Women sustain families and communities through unpaid and undervalued labor, from childcare to water collection. Climate disruptions include this burden. Our demand is for governments to invest in social services, to redistribute care responsibilities between women and men, and to value care work as a central pillar of the just transition. Second, we must demand inclusive pathways into green and climate smart jobs. Renewable energy, public transport, agroecology, waste recycling, and circular economies all hold potential. But unless training, skills, recruitment, pay equity, as well as the design of occupational segregation, women and youth will be excluded or trapped in precarious work. Third, the intersection of youth and gender must be the core of climate policy. Our young people, especially young women, are carrying the brunt of unemployment, yet they are the ones imagining new futures. Their voices are marginal. They are essential to building a democratic and transformative transition. In addition to this, climate justice must be linked to economic and social justice. Austerity undermines resilience. Social protection measures such as universal basic income grant, decent public services, collective bargaining rights are not optional extras. They are critical lifelines that enable women, informal workers, and young people to survive and adapt. Colleagues, a gender action plan does not account for these intersections, and these intersections will not deliver justice. We cannot be gender blind. We cannot be youth blind. We cannot be class blind. And we cannot afford to leave behind informal workers, people with disabilities, or rural communities. As unions, we know that a transition is not gender responsive and intersectional if it is not just. To reclaim feminism and environmentalism is to fight for an eco-socialist future where no one is left behind, where there's solidarity, equality, and dignity defined in the low-carbon economy. I'd like to also speak in my reflections in the room as I saw the lack of worker participation, that we need to also in our spaces advocating for gender inclusive policies, remember that women workers are parts of the process as well. And when we do envision a future, we need to consider gender policies that will also accommodate the working class women. I'd like to thank you very much, colleagues and comrades. I appreciate the space and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your inspiration for this afternoon. Okay, so now we will move to the next point in the agenda, which is to work on the timeline for the gap. So if you look at this wall there, there's a lot of deliverables, and they are divided per year. So you can see that for 2026, we even needed to use 2 columns. And we see a concentration of deliverables more towards 2026, 2027, and then less as we move forward. I have for those online, there is a Miro board version of this timeline that you can access. It's the same Miro board. And I will project this in a minute in the room as well. But before I do that, I just wanted to recap with you this other timeline, which is the timeline that combines different UNFCCC processes. So if we look at 2026, we have the second BTRs and the review of the Just Transition Work Program. For 2027, There's the IPCC reports on cities, methodologies, short-lived climate forces, and carbon dioxide removals. Then for 2028, we have the first report of collective progress towards achieving the NCQG, the second global stocktake, and the third BTRs. Then 2029, there is a review of the implementation of the 10-year enhanced Lima work program and the IPCC R7. 2030, fourth BTRs, NDCs 4.0, and gender responsive NAPs, National Adaptation Plans. Then 2031, we don't have anything. 2032, the fifth BTRs. 2033, the third global stocktake. 2034, the sixth BTRs. And let's stop there, which is the kind of like the timeline that coincides with what is now in the informal note for the gap. So the next, no, before the coffee break, I will project my other screen now here. So I'll ask my colleagues to put me on my screen from Zoom that I'm gonna, from Teams. Yes, no, not yet. And then I will ask you to use the Mentimeter, and I'll be projecting the Mentimeter here on the other screen with your kind of like responses. I would like you to think about what you like in this timeline. What are the challenges that you see? And what kind of changes would you like to propose, if any? So if we go to priority area A, we don't have a lot of activities that are set in time. We have 2026 2 activities, a workshop on gender and climate terminology, and a high-level segment, parties' engagement with men and boys. And of course, those are very summarized versions of the deliverable, so it's just to make it easier for us. Then in 2027, we have an in-session workshop with best practices and tools to strengthen the role of the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Points, a workshop report on these best practices and tools to strengthen, so a workshop and then a report, submissions on gender differentiated impacts, gender transformative actions, engaging men and boys,
a synthesis report on that, and a workshop happening after the synthesis report. So submission, synthesis report, workshop. And then for 2028, we have a dialogue with UN Women, the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Points, and other contributions, others contributing to the gap. And that's it for priority area A. So thinking about the timeline that you also have on the table, some of those timelines with kind of like timings and other UNFCCC processes. If you can access the Mentimeter and let me know what you like about this, what kind of challenges you see for priority area A, and if you would change anything. For example, if there is a key moments that you would like to leverage, but then maybe it's too short, the time that we are putting here between preparing everything and leveraging this key moment. What would that be? And if you prefer to just unmute yourself or to turn on the microphone and speak, or unmute yourself if you are online, please feel free to do so if it's easier. Too many activities in the same year. Yeah. Which is, I assume, 2027, right? We have, yeah, as I said, like submission, synthesis report, and workshop from the synthesis report, and an in-session workshop on best practices and tools to strengthen the role of the National Gender and Climate Change Focal Points. And what would you do if there are too many activities in the same year? Which activity, for example, would you move, and towards which direction? More to 2026, which already has a lot from other priority areas? Terminology could be later, perhaps before the midterm review. They would need to be sequenced. Yes. What else? Would you agree with that? For example, this suggestion that the terminology could be later, because terminology is one of the first activities here we have, still in 2026. And someone is suggesting that we would do this later, more towards the midterm review. Feel free to react using the microphone or via the Mentimeter. Reschedule the activities to guarantee the implementation with a good result that match achieve goals. Example, terminology. Okay. So someone else talking about rescheduling the terminology. And more high-level segment on men and boys to 2028. So it follows the submission on the topic to be received in 2027. Okay, so going back here. So if the submissions are in 2027, then we have a follow-up, a segment in 2028. Yeah. Okay. So Fleur has a comment to make.
I think it would also be helpful when suggesting, as someone has there, about the why you would move it, not simply that it can be moved, because I think one of the reasons why terminology was so early was because people felt that this was something that would be useful to as a grounding for going forward with everything else. So if you can also provide some thoughts on why something needs to be moved or could be moved.
Yeah, so there's another comment here on, I think, the sequence of men and boys submission and reports, and do the workshop afterwards. Someone disagrees with terminology being pushed towards the future. Terminology is very important. Focal points training could be put into one deliverable over the entire time frame with topics listed. That gives more flexibility. Submission on gender differentiated impacts and the synthesis could be done in 2026, which could also encourage parties to bear that in mind for the BTRs if the work for both is happening in parallel. The future can be uncertain at times. Is there room in the timeline to introduce new activities in the future to reflect changes? I think in the mid-review, this would be a possibility, Fleur.
I mean, that's always a possibility. Thinking here also about the difference between deliverables and activities, that the activities probably cover everything that needs to be covered in terms of the topics, although there may be something that comes up. But then it's thinking about whether or not additional or different or repeat deliverables might be useful after a review.
Thank you. I don't think we are seeing this now on the screen, but there's more comments in the timeline. It's still the Mentimeter, but yes, thank you. So high-level segments can move later. Terminology needs to be in the beginning to get a clear ground to continue a functional implementation of the gap. Submission A5 can be put later. Terminology has always been a major topic and should be addressed early on. It should not be postponed or moved. For the focal points training, we could use the focal points meeting that happens several times per year. So using something that you're already doing. We've just negotiated an extended work program and we will agree a gap. Is terminology going to drive implementation? Is that a purpose of the workshop being front-loaded? Okay, so it sounds like there is mixed feelings about terminology being very important or maybe not so necessary in the beginning since these will be just agreed. And the other thing is the high-level segment for the work with men and boys. Then there's another one here. I think A5 could be moved to later around 2029, since there is no urgency to have these, while the focal points deliverables are more important to have as soon as possible. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, someone, please.
Hi, yes, thank you. Jennifer from the EU again. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think it's important and should be a priority that the activities for a certain year are like the ones we prioritize are the ones that fit into the timeline of what you showed of the other of everything else that's happening within the UFCCC, so we don't miss, for example, when there's the update of the MPGs, like the guidelines for how we report in the transparency framework on the BTRs. It would be a shame if that was pushed out due to other activities. So, and then we have preparations for the GST happening. That would also be a priority to link into that or link into the different work programs or this general timeline. I think that would be good to have with us as a priority so we don't miss those key dates. And then I'm thinking, some things are important, but in a way more maybe nice to have, like to do throughout the gap. And then I don't know, but I think perhaps the secretariat can help us with this. Hopefully, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm not seeing many more comments here. I will then move to the next priority area, which is priority area B. And for B, as you can see here, I'm now showing, yes, thank you. There is a lot of activities happening, but what happens with B is that there are a lot of repeatable activities. For example, this thematic dialogue happens every year, and therefore the thematic dialogue report happens every year. And there are then submissions on annual dialogues topics that are happening every other year, and so on. So we have a very packed agenda, but not necessarily with new deliverables, but more as like repeatable deliverables. So just to give you a little bit of a sense, and we refresh our minds on this timeline. So in 2026, we have the party delegates' gender composition for the Trust Fund for Participation, submissions on the annual dialogues topic, a thematic dialogue on gender responsive solutions and innovations across the UNFCCC work streams, the report and visual summary of that dialogue. There is the start of the protocols and guidelines for gender care and accessibility responsive operations and events, and a report on harassment cases addressed at UNFCCC conferences and events. Then in 2027, again, the thematic dialogue and the reports, and we finish the protocols and guidelines on gender care and accessibility responsive operations and events. For 2028, again, we have the submissions on the annual dialogues, the thematic dialogue and reports, another report for the UNFCCC on protocols for full, equal, and meaningful participation in conferences, and then the women environmental and human rights defenders training and capacity building. Then 2029, the same dialogue and reports. And then party delegates doing again the gender composition for the Trust Fund participation, which happens every 3 years. Another thematic dialogue here of the visual summary, actually. Yeah, this should be here. And the report on progress on the training and capacity building that happened for the women environmental and human rights defenders. And I remember that this was one of the activities that one of the deliverables that you in a group talked about. So when you then reflect about this timeline, you can also think about the changes that you considered in your previous work in the previous rooms. Then 2030, again, the submissions, the thematic dialogue and reports, and the report on harassment cases. 2031, just a thematic dialogue and reports. 2032, submissions and thematic dialogue and reports. 2033, thematic dialogue and reports. And 2034, besides these three, the thematic dialogue and report and the submissions, we have, again, party delegates' gender composition and the report on harassment cases. This is B. So again, going back to the Mentimeter, how do you feel about that? About timeline B? Yeah. And concerns and suggestions, and why are you suggesting that? Fleur has something to say.
And of course, not all of those activities have the same weight in terms of time or preparation or the difference between something which might be incorporated in an annual report by comparison to something which is a standalone or separate piece of work. There was something else on that. That the report on the harassment cases, for instance, is a relatively straightforward thing, as opposed to something which requires a lot of research and would need more time and effort. So it's not only the number of activities that needs to be taken into account, it's the type of activities and what that means from a financial and human resource perspective.
Okay, so how do we feel about this timeline for priority area B? There's the first comment coming on. Is there a similar illustration for activities from the last gap to see how many activities are feasible in 1 year? Oh, that's such a good idea. No, there isn't. But that's a very good suggestion. Thematic dialogue can be every second year, beginning in 2027, to use less resources instead of an annual thematic dialogue. Would that be?
It's also a question of when that thematic dialogue was intended to happen. So if that's, for instance, I can't remember when it was, but if it was part of Gender Day, for instance, that happens every year anyway. So it's thinking about it might be okay to do that every year, unless there is something else you would like to do, so that every other year on Gender Day you do one thing, and on the next Gender Day you do different. You alternate those activities. But it's a day during the COP which is going to happen anyway. So thinking through what that might, how you might be able to utilize those things, and in the event that there aren't negotiations on gender, for instance, at the subsidiary body session, that does give you more space to have events, keeping in mind that in-session events have increased significantly over the years. But if you have gender people there, then you may want to think about utilizing that space. So just things to keep in mind.
Thank you, Fleur. I think this also replies to the can thematic dialogues not take place annually? And you were mentioning the gender date. There is one activity, one deliverable under C4, which is this in-session dialogue for gender day. What else we have here? Thematic dialogue can be, we already read this one. This will be a huge body of work in the form of reports over a decade. How does the Secretariat feel about feasibility of collating all of this rich content and disseminating it?
Okay. How do you feel about reading it? I mean, we're preparing these reports for a purpose. We're not just preparing them because we've been asked to. We do try to make them as useful as possible. And this comes back to my point yesterday about this study that's been done about how many UN reports get read. Again, it's a thought about whether this is a formal report that requires that follows the UN rules and regulations and publication guidelines and is translated into all languages, and or is it something that is less formal, has a different accessibility? So these are things to be thinking about in terms of, is this a formal technical report or is it something that could be delivered in a different way? It's still a report potentially, but the format of that might be different.
And a final comment here, considering the amount of activities, it seems fairly balanced over the years. What else? On activity B, on priority area B. Any other comments? If you prefer to speak in the room, feel free as well, or if you are online, just unmute yourself and contribute to the conversation. There's one more comment here. I agree we should find alternatives to reports which are action-oriented but less heavy to produce and read. Yeah. Great, okay. So I'll move to priority area C. Going back to the Miro board. So can you move? Thank you. So on the priority area C, let's give it an overview. There are much less activities in priority area C, and it's similar to B that some deliverables are repeated. They repeat themselves every year or every other year. So let's see what we have here. So C2 chairs virtual dialogue between constituted bodies and UNFCCC work programs. So it's a dialogue and therefore a report of that dialogue. This happens a lot in the GAP. There's a dialogue, then a report. And then there is also a compilation, good practices on gender integration. Thank you. Good practices on gender integration into constituted bodies and work programs work. Then there's the Gender Day that Fleur was talking about, Gender Day in-session dialogue on multidimensional factors, the Convention and Paris Agreement coherence. Paris regional workshops, lessons learned on gender integration into national climate policies, plans, strategies, and actions, and sectoral plans. It's a workshop. And then delegations, key focal points network for consistent gender integration. So 2026, there's a lot of different activities for C happening. And then not a lot over the other years. So we have the Gender Day happening every year, so I'm not going to repeat that. But then for 2028, we still have the biannual Gender and Climate Change Dialogue, synergies within the UNFCCC, and the Gender Integration Protocols and UNFCCC implementations, plans, strategies, and actions. So we produced them here in B, and now they're being implemented. And then, yes, it's just a combination of gender days and biannual gender and climate change dialogue with synergies within the UNFCCC. That's pretty much priority area C with the activities that have a specific date and deliverables that have a specific date. So let's come back here to the Mentimeter and timeline C. Yes. So how do we feel about priority area C? What challenges do we see, or what do we like about it? How would you change it and why? How can we leverage the timing for other activities? Let's give it another 30 seconds to see if there's any comment coming. Workshop could happen in 2028. It looks like there won't be a workshop in any of the priority areas that year. Interesting. Yes, this is another thing that we can do, look across priority areas. So 2028, the workshop that is now being suggested for 2026, which is a very packed year with 20 different deliverables.
Not only do we need to think about this in the context of what's happening across the different priority areas, but also then those milestones that where it is important for things to have happened beforehand so that they can inform either work or inputs to those processes.
Thank you, Fleur. Workshop under C5 should stay in 2026. Well, now we understand why. Maybe the compilation of good practices for integrating gender into the work of CBs and work programs could happen 1 year after the dialogue, so around 2028. So it gives some time for progress. I like that there's multidimensional factors dialogue every year, and this is an ever-evolving topic. Yeah. Good. Any more comments? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello again. I was wondering if there's a recommendation or if there's been a discussion on how many like dialogues or workshops that one would recommend to have per session, like in session. Because having been a negotiator for a couple of years, I've missed like most of them because you're negotiating or you have to be in a bilateral or you have other things. So which feels like a shame because you have obviously mandated this for a reason that you want to take part of like the dialogue on just transition was very important, but that was definitely clashing with very important negotiations going on. So how do we I think we're all trying to keep that in mind to not overload the sessions, but is there a recommendation for, is it 1 dialogue workshop per session or is it 2 maximum, or I don't know if we could discuss in the room if there are other views, but that would also limit a little bit what we how much we're capable of handling per year, right? And also stressed the need to utilize these like gender focal point meetings. I think that was a good idea when it comes to trainings. But yeah, happy to hear from the room or online if there are views, or if the secretariat has a view as well. Yeah, thanks.
So I think that was in part why I was saying that if the action plan follows the work program and is a 9-year action plan and follows the same process of having a midterm review aligned with the work program, then the negotiation time, particularly in the mid session, so in June, is either non-existent or limited. And that then provides those who are following gender with some time in those 2 weeks. Obviously, the things you are potentially also following other items. And as I said, there's been a proliferation of events during the June session. But if you're only coming to the June session for one event, that might also have implications. So it's more a question of also how many days might be useful. So we calculated for the workshop in June, it wasn't mandated, it wasn't specified in the mandate, and that's helpful because it allows us to make that determination based on many factors. But we recognized that in order for the amount of work that was needed to be done for the developing the gender action plan, 3 days was necessary. For some of these other activities, maybe it's a day and a half. And so having 2 of those would be the equivalent of 1 workshop. So it's those sorts of things, thinking through what time it's going to take and what you want. And in part, this is also what we were hoping in these discussions you could be thinking about is when you're saying a technical workshop or an expert group meeting or a dialogue, do those have automatically a different implication in terms of the time of the actual event itself? So the one in the event that we would normally do, that we have been doing for many years on Gender Day, in part because it's on Gender Day and in part because it's during the COP, it's an hour and a half for the technical work because we know that we can't get people's time more than that. But that then has limited, what you can achieve in that is limited to the fact that it's an hour and a half. So some of this is also thinking through what it is that is needed in terms of time. For some of these, they are more technical and may need more time. Some of them are more informational and don't require as much time. But so it's difficult for us to say, yes, having 2 dialogues in a June session is okay. It's a question of time, and so there's still some thinking around that.
Thank you, Fleur. So related to your question, I think to your answer, there are other 2 questions here. One is like most of the activities are primarily dialogues. Could some of these be combined into a single setting rather than taking place multiple times in 1 year? That might be important to have follow-ups. And someone is asking the difference between a workshop and a dialogue. Can dialogues be clustered during a session?
So I'm not sure that sometimes these are terms of art and not science. So they don't necessarily, dialogues generally speaking have the nature of being a conversation. A workshop tends to be something in which you are learning or doing something where you are like this, coming together to develop something together. A dialogue tends to be at a different level of it's a sharing of experience, but not necessarily deep learning experience. So and I think this is the part that is important is to be clear in drafting those deliverables that what you want out of that meeting is clear. And that may mean saying what you expect to achieve. That doesn't necessarily end up in the action plan in the end, but having a common terminology for what you mean when you say workshop versus what you mean when you say dialogue is important.
So I'll come back to the cluster because there's another question on that. So I wonder if we need to think through the practical delivery of this. Do we just have a gender implementation forum at each June session and cluster all these dialogues into that?
And this is, again, yes, I mean, this is what we do with for instance, we have examples of these sorts of things where there are, it's clustered in the sense that you'd have 3 days of different aspects of what you're trying to achieve in the gender action plan. And that can be a little tricky because the other thing about the June session is that when we do the scheduling of the events, it's a very complex process of scheduling the events and the negotiations during the June and the COP sessions. There needs to be some fairness across agenda items, for instance. So if gender gets 3 days worth of meeting rooms, then that has an impact on other agenda items that also have mandated events. So something like a forum, if you wanted to cluster it and you wanted 3 days in a row, this agenda workshop that we had in June was an exception. And we ended up having to have one of the days outside of the WCCB because we could not have it within the WCCB. So it has consequences for what rooms are available, and that has consequences for other things. That's not to say that it couldn't be done. And if that's something that you would want to do, we could also then provide an estimate of what that would look like as an additional cost if we assume that there is no venue cost during the in-session, which is in the past what we have assumed. Not necessarily what will be the case in the future, but that is what we've assumed in the past. And it's one of the reasons why things are scheduled in session is to increase efficiencies. But certainly that's something. Then the NAP Global Expo, for instance, is something that is outside of the process, but requires a significant commitment from partners and others to fund it. So there's a number of things to keep in mind there, but certainly clustering is one way to think about it and have a forum in which you would have these different components.
Speaking of in-session, there is one comment here on in-session workshop should be annual, and the other one, the workshop on the C5, should rather be repeated than moved to cover evolving experiences and gender integration into updated plans and policies. There's one regional general comment here on compilation of good practices must include local women's organizations and grassroots actors as they hold practical knowledge on resilience and adaptation. Regional workshop MUSA be held to discuss issues like the in-session ones. So you want to comment?
So I think there is a point here around regional convenings, like this one, or a convening which is not in Bonn, for instance, or in the COP country in any given year. It certainly has advantages in that it gives an opportunity to organisations who may not otherwise be able to attend in person an event that happens in Bonn or in the COP, to be able to access that. What is a bit tricky at the moment is that what we're doing with regional climate weeks this year is a new thing, and it still needs to be assessed as to whether or not that is going to be continuing. So we can't necessarily guarantee that the UNFCCC will have regional convenings. And again, there's a cost to doing that. So doing something in conjunction with other regional convenings is a way to make that more efficient, and certainly something that when thinking about where things are done, it is something to be taken into account.
There's one more question, Fleur. Do we have prior measures that indicate the success and impact of those dialogues?
Apart from things that the Secretariat has voluntarily done around surveys and things for events, we don't have anything systematic on measurements taken on the impact. Very difficult to, I would think, have an indicator that is able to say exactly what the impact is, other than to increase somebody's knowledge before and after those kinds of indicators for a dialogue. But very happy to hear from everyone about how we make this more, how we are able to measure and communicate about the impact of the activities and deliverables.
And a final question here, is there a framework for virtual workshops to ease the pressure on physical convening?
Okay, so we've had long conversations about virtual meetings and workshops and things, because of that it, on the one hand, can create an opportunity for engaging across regions outside of in-person convenings. On the other, we know that there are challenges with time zones, with internet access, with and also simply that in-person convenings also create an opportunity for informal conversation that is much harder to do online. Having said that, we've received good feedback about the hybrid nature of this workshop, and we have been, with many thanks to Thais for her insights into how to do that in a more inclusive way. And we have been learning from all of the things that we've been doing. We've done many hybrid events now, so I think I don't think virtual events will ever be able to cover everything that an in-person event can do. But certainly there are ways in which you can make them more inclusive, and that should be indicated as a requirement of doing that you're not simply doing something virtually, that this needs to be take into account all of the things that need to be taken into account to make them as inclusive as possible.
Okay, I don't see any other comments here on C, so I'll go back to the Miro boards. Let's take a look at priority area D. annual gender composition report. 2028, sorry, we have a dialogue report on the gender responsive climate finance, submissions on existing knowledge platforms and expert platforms. I remember that this deliverable was also reworked during the session. Report on submissions, platforms, commonalities, and synergies, and a dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance. Nothing on 2029. Then 2030, submissions on the experience in implementation of gender responsive budget instruments and methodologies, submission synthesis reports, a dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance, and a dialogue report on the gender responsive climate finance. So we have two reports, one after submission and one after the dialogue. Then again, 2031, a new report on the implementation of the decision 7 CP29, dialogue report. Yeah, so go.
Just clarifying that D1 is actually an inclusion in an annual report. So it's including it in the annex, which is already in an existing annual report.
Going back to the Miro board, please. In 2032, a dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance and a dialogue report. Nothing on 33. And then 34, dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance and a dialogue report. So for D, we have also this biannual dialogue and dialogue reports, plus some other activities. So going back to the Mentimeter for D. How do you feel about that? Questions, suggestions? I see many people typing, so I'm hoping for many suggestions here. It feels difficult to have an overview of everything per year. Many dialogues. Let's go back here. Let's see. So going back to the Miro board, yes, we have the dialogue to advance gender responsive finance, which is happening every other year. There's another dialogue, a co-hosted dialogue on tracking gender responsive climate finance flows. Yeah. And the expert dialogue on issues, on emerging issues, gender disaggregated data, and gender analysis. Going back to the Mentimeter then. NCQG has first report in 2028. Maybe have one of the dialogues on finance in 2027. Would that make sense? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so on this second comment, there is one dialogue happening in 2027. It's a D7 co-hosted dialogue on tracking gender responsive climate finance flows. So if you can maybe complement with another comment to explain what is exactly the suggestion, that would be great. The third comment here, many submissions and reports also agree, many dialogues. And if we are considering a 10-year gap, it may be good to consider the dialogues and reports as being part of a continuum, not in isolation. And there's one more comment. I believe we could merge the dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance and the co-hosted dialogue on tracking finance flows. Do you remember yeah? maybe we can use AI to facilitate. Yeah, so it's another level, from physical to hybrid to virtual to AI. Knowledge exchange and expert platforms should be continuous, but dialogue minimized. Mhm. So, the problem with the knowledge exchanging platforms is more like a kind of top-down approach. No, there's not so much cross-pollination. What do you think, Fleur?
Well, I guess there's different ways in which one could exchange knowledge, and it depends on what we're talking about when we're talking about expert platforms, whether they are asynchronous or synchronous, and so thinking through again, this comes back to when we're using the word dialogue, what does that actually mean, and what is the purpose of that event? Is it to exchange knowledge? Is it to learn? Is it to raise a profile of something to a political level? What's the purpose of the event itself, and can that then be delivered in different ways?
Thank you. There's one comment here on E4. The dialogues with IPCC are missing. I'm just checking the Miro here to see. Yeah, true. Thanks for that. No, it's just that it's here. It's someone moved it. Now I don't know the date. 2028. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's frozen, but it's 2028. Thank you for that. We're gonna go back to E soon, but let's just finish D here first. There's another comment here. Dialogues are not necessarily bad. The UNFCCC is a dialogue process.
I hope I'm not suggesting that dialogue's about. What I'm saying is there are different people who have different understandings of what they're going to achieve out of these different events. And it's important that everybody understands when they're using a word like dialogue or knowledge exchange or expert group meeting or workshop, that everybody actually has the same expectations of what the outcomes will be.
Thank you, Fleur. Good practices we'll use for replication. Yeah, so I think this is related to the knowledge exchange and expert platforms. I feel it's a huge gap to not have gender responsive implementation focused dialogues or workshops prior to NDCs, SNAPs, etc. These are huge milestones in our process. It's it's a little bit, the Mentimeter, it's towards the end. So let's 2026. In 2026, we have an expert dialogue, emerging issues, gender disaggregated data, gender analysis, and a dialogue to advance gender responsive climate finance. So there are the thematic dialogues on the priority area B on the gender responsive solutions and innovations. Is this a different thing? Okay. There's one more comment here. Agree with the point on the gender responsive implementation focused dialogues prior to NDCs and NAPs. Okay. Point taken. Fleur is checking the informal note here. I will let, there's one more. Perhaps a random question, but how will these deliverables in the form of dialogues lead to the implementation aspects of the gap?
That's in fact related to my question about the what it is that people are trying to achieve and what the expectation is. So dialogues can be very useful as for many different purposes. But if this is about sharing of experience, helping to identify gaps and challenges, communicating about cooperation in implementation, there are things that can be achieved, but that is also part of what needs to be done in the submission processes. Have been useful in being able to get a real sense from parties about expectations of what is going to be the output, the outcome, the result of an event. So, of course, it is a step in a process. It's not going to. It is not implementation in and of itself, but this process at an international level is a space in which valuable knowledge exchange among and peer-to-peer learning has proven to be useful in accelerating implementation.
Another comment, we could have annual COPs or biannual SBs and COPs dialogues with different themes and focus. And I think maybe this is not super reflected in this timeline, short-term timeline that we try to do here. But many of these dialogues, they coincide either with the SB or COP. Dialogues are nice gateways to collaboration and cooperation to work together to deliver gender-responsive climate action at all levels, but they need to translate into real-world impact. There's another comment on dialogues. Dialogues should not end at the international level. We designed them so that national focal points are required to replicate a mini dialogue back home with local women's groups.
And I think this is one thing that, from my perspective, I don't see a lot of focus on the expectation or the opportunity for the international process to be place in which you can focus on train the trainer type if the expectation is that through the learning the international level, that will be translated into something at the national level that has implications for how that is then designed and delivered at the international level. And that again can be something that's requested through the way in which it's described as a deliverable.
Someone else is agreeing about dialogues being replicated at the national level. We should be inspired by global conversations. Think global, act local. Then dialogues are. Oh no, I already read this one. There is one missing here. There seems to be more dialogues on finance and means of implementation rather than on implementation. Means of implementation is important as the means to help towards the goal, but there are different ways to get there. Okay. So I will move to the next one, just in the interest of time. Going back to the Miro boards, priority area E. And I already moved back the E4 to the right place. So most of the priority area E is under a specific date, different from the other priority areas. There's just 4 ongoing activities for E, and then the others are timed. So in 2026, in E1, we have case studies on specific identity factors in gender composition reports. E1, still a call for submissions on best practices of ensuring informed, meaningful, and effective engagement of women and gender balance at the national level. In 2027, we have in-person secretariat briefing on gender composition report, and this will keep happening biannually. E1, communicate findings on the gender composition report to the heads of departments. This is also biannually in the same year of the in-session briefings. Guidelines for complementary voluntary party reporting on gender integration and multidimensional factors, and online learning courses on gender and climate monitoring and reporting. 2028, we have a compilation and synthesis report, parties' implementation of gender responsive climate policies, plans, strategies, and actions. And E4, the dialogue outcomes of the IPCC Gender Expert Group meeting, gender disaggregated data, and next global stocktake. 2029 is just the in-person secretariat briefing and the communication of the findings to the heads of departments. Nothing in 2030. 2031 in-person secretariat briefing on gender composition and the communication for the heads of departments, and again the compilation and synthesis reports on the parties' implementation of gender responsive climate policies, plans, strategies, and so on. Nothing in 2032. 2033, the in-person briefing and communication of findings, and the 2034, a compilation again and synthesis report from parties. So I'll go back to the Mentimeter. How do we feel about priority area E in the timeline? Second IPCC reports dialogue, E4 is also missing, was planned one before the report and one after. Okay. Yeah. I think it was okay, so just to be clear, the timeline that we have, it is previous to these workshops, so it's based on the informal note that was produced. But yes, all the deliverables that you suggested are already, we took note of them, but they are not incorporated in this timeline. Will we still have access to the Miro board after the workshop? Yes. And it's gonna be, the link will be in the workshop website, so you can access it anytime. Obviously, reporting deliverables where appropriate should sequence in the BTR's process. I would also love to see more gender-focused questions during the FSV session. Facilitated sharing of views. Okay.
That may require transparency negotiators to be able to ask those questions in the facilitative sharing of views sessions.
Would be great to also to align with 2030 and submissions on gender responsive NAPs. Yeah. Yeah, so currently there's nothing on 2030. But if it's to align to 2030, would that be a case of having deliverable in 2029? And yeah, instead of 2030 already? Yeah, depending on what. What else? We're almost approaching a break, a coffee break. So please take the opportunity to also bring your questions. I think it might be better to move the guidelines for complementary voluntary party reporting and the online course accordingly to 2026. More things in 2026. And then question, did our extension to the Lima Enhancement Work Program also set up a workshop session for the midterm review? What year would that be? Flor's checking on that. Let me read another one here. Could there be a dialogue after the synthesis report on implementation to provide exchange, best practices, etc., to further enhance parties' implementation? And there should be a deliverable on learning from Mel perspective, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Yes. Okay, so the only question that is missing for now is the one on the Lima work program. Yes.
Hi, thank you. I had a question which is more related to the next steps on the timeline. I don't know if it's the right time to ask that, but I was wondering, like, because thank you for the to the secretariat for all the guidance provided on the timeline and what makes sense. Because as you said, there's many things in the beginning of the gap and not at the end of the and after the review especially. So I was wondering if there would be a way for the secretariat to continue the consideration, the technical work on the best possible timeline ahead of the negotiations in Belém, and maybe suggest some kind of proposal as a part of the summary of this workshop. If that's something that parties would like to see, I think from our side it would be something interesting to consider. Thank you.
I'm not responding to that. I'm responding to the question on here. The the Enhanced Lima Work Program, paragraph 12 says that there's a decision, the review of the implementation will have to identify progress challenges and further work shall be initiated at the 70th session, which is June 2029, with a view to the SBI concluding that review and there being a decision at COP that year in November. There is no reference there to a workshop.
And if someone wants to put in the Mentimeter maybe a response to Marie's suggestions, that would be great. Or please feel free to just speak on the mic.
And I would just to clarify, the Secretariat is here to support parties in doing their work. So anything that you think would be helpful, we are certainly willing to consider.
There's another question. Is the GST, the Global Stocktake related deliverable, scheduled to be released at the time of the second GST? Let's see, what is the related deliverable? It's the dialogue outcomes on the IPCC. Yeah. So there's a dialogue on the outcomes of the IPCC Gender Experts Group meeting, gender disaggregated data, and next Global Stocktake. So the question is if these deliverables are scheduled to be released at a time of the second Global Stocktake. The year here is 2028. So if we go back to the timeline, I have it here. GST. Yeah, in fact, the second Global Stocktake is in 2028. And the dialogue is also in 2028. So it would have to at least happen before the GST. Yeah, or the previous year.
Yeah. The GST is process. So the decision is in the COP that year, but there is a potentially inputs to that process throughout 2028. So it would, at the very least, need to happen by June, or in the June session or earlier.
When are we getting the updated timeline? Some deliverables were merged and different timelines were put down. It would make sense to go over these then. I'm not sure if I understand this question. Updated. Informal notes. Yeah. Yeah. So we will produce an informative summary after this workshop. And in this informative summary, the timeline suggested here, it will be incorporated there. Help from the Secretariat with the timeline would be much appreciated. Yes, Diego?
Just to, because a lot of these questions came up during our table discussion on so just on recalling on memory, we did see a lot of value on the gender policy report to be aligned with the BTR. So it should come out the year after the BTRs, not necessarily related only to BTRs, but the suggestion of the table was that it should come after so that it accounts for BTRs and any other process that might have happened in that period of time, but kind of anchored to the BTR timeline. And then on the IPCC and global stock take, the reformulation that we suggested on the table was precisely to have at least two dialogues, one before the global stock take and before the IRR7, and then a dialogue after, so that there would be a kind of a understanding on what was the discussion and then what was kind of the outcome of that discussion. And then there was another question, but I remember, but a lot of I'm glad to see, because a lot of the discussion that happened at our table is also being reflected here. So it shows that there's a lot of alignment. So it's just to reiterate, and that when we go back to the notes, I think a lot of the suggestions are covered here.
Thank you. Do you want to comment? So we have another comment here that E2 should be moved to 2026 to align with the second BTR, or a suggestion. Timeline guidance would be very helpful. Then gender is a cross-cutting area in IPCC AR7. We may consider unpacking the AR7 outcome on gender as a deliverable. Would be really helpful for the Secretariat to suggest timing of events to maximize impact when considering the other milestones across the UNFCCC process. Could this be a part of the summary?
I'm civil society, so thank you so much for this. I just want to say that from our point of view, a proposal by the Secretariat would be super helpful, as Franz was here suggesting. So I was just wanted to invite member states here in the room to consider that and support the proposal by Franz. Civil society, we cannot do that. There is a clear mandate from party member states to do that with the Secretariat, but I think that makes a lot of sense. We've seen that it's taking us a long time and we've barely scratched the surface of the activities that are presented, and the outcome even of this entire afternoon wouldn't be as solid as if the Secretariat would do that with a proposal. And it is all of all of our concerns to have a real strong deliverable timeline for the gap. So as civil society, we definitely see a value on the Secretariat support. So I really wanted to encourage member states here in the room to speak up and take the floor and support, or if not, then what would be your suggestion? Because the exercise here is very limited in terms of time, so we really need something more solid than what we're doing here in a surface level. Thank you.
Thank you. We are 5 minutes from the break, so we won't have a lot of time to go to the ongoing activities, but so I won't read all of them because it's going to be a bit overwhelming, I think, and maybe not very helpful. But just going back here to the Mentimeter, just to show you a little bit of the overview across activities, to the Miro, sorry. We have 15 ongoing activities under priority area A. They go from capacity building to dialogue, knowledge exchange, the nomination of the focal points, awareness raising campaigns, of course, because A is about communications as well, and some protocols and guidelines, one workshop, and some research. Then priority area B, we have 12. Again, capacity building. There's something about fund allocation and reporting on that, mobilization of funds, events, digital platforms, protocols and guidelines, and monitoring. Then priority area C, there's submitted inputs, recommendations, mapping, research. We have 10 under priority area C that are ongoing. Then 10 under priority area D, between workshops and dialogues and mechanisms as well, like a sectoral and cross-sectoral coordination mechanism and coordinated engagements. And then priority area D, just 4 activities on data collection and submitted inputs and reports. So maybe just to finish, we have 3 minutes or so to go. I will go back in the Mentimeter to this overall timeline and just ask you, what are your general impressions or feelings about this timeline, looking at the timeline here in the Miro board, looking at the timeline here in the on these walls? How do you feel about that? What would you like to see change? What do you still like about it? Just final takeaways from this exercise from you. Overwhelming. It's a lot of activities. No mean feat to sequence deliverables out to 2034. Really hope the Secretariat can help make sure we get it right. Heavily loaded in 2026 and 2027, indeed. It would be good to get guidance from the Secretariat on what's feasible in terms of amount of activities per year, perhaps based on the previous gap. I think it's a good idea to ask the Secretariat to help sort the sequence of deliverables.
And I think one thing here to keep in mind is that some of these deliverables are at the national and local level. These are not all international level activities. And some of these would be things that need to be embedded into policymaking or into processes at a national level. And that's why they are ongoing. That there may be some work that is required to get them in place in the first place, and then they are easier to maintain. So thinking also through that. And as I said, we are very happy to help. One thing I think we need to manage expectations about how the Secretariat are not miracle workers. So we are not going to be able to necessarily produce a timeline that puts everything into its place. But what we could do is to provide a hypothetical timeline that indicated where things would be very useful based on all of the different milestones, and saying more broadly 2 activities or 15 hours or whatever, however I'm just here talking off the top of my head. So, but there are ways in which we could produce a timeline that was not as detailed as that one, like gave an indication of where things could go based on what you're trying to achieve with them, and that may be useful. We can always support parties at any time in then when you have more clarity on where things are and how many deliverables are you actually have on, and then dropping the deliverables into those kind of boxes. So that's one way in which we could think about it.
Thank you, Fleur. Okay, so let's go up in the Mentimeter, please. So it's overwhelming, and at times the activities are repetitive. There's a lot going on. I just remember Vipka saying, yeah, they are repetitive, but they are under different priority areas, and therefore they have different objectives. So yeah, we have to take this with a little bit of balance. I think it's a good idea to ask the Secretariat to help. It would be good to get guidance from the Secretariat. Too many deliverables overall. Great. Gender work stream will be busy and more visible. I like the spirit. It's hectic and overloaded, but have a very good activities to be achieved. The beginning of a robust gap. The recommendations of the Secretariat would be very helpful. We should think about the headlines for gender we want to each year and how these deliverables help us achieve them in each year. I like that. Very good suggestion. Which will have a broader climate headlines. I'm sorry. Would be important to revisit the budgetary implications already presented at SP. Some activities will have to be combined. It will help for the Secretariat to assist with timeline, as I don't think the current approach will help us to contemplate and cross-focus on different issues that have impact on determining timelines. We need to innovate to have local level implementation to these great ideas. We need to be felt in the villages and communities. Can the informative summary that will be shared include the previous gap timeline? Yes. It is great to have gender so active and so visible, impressed by the collaborative spirit. That's true. Work, we hope it will come to an implementable gap, a hypothetical timeline that aligns with other UNFCCC milestones produced by the Secretariat would be great. I personally believe the Secretariat are miracle workers. I agree. And we all owe them much thanks for all the hard work they do. They are a trusted, valued, and appreciated partner in our shared journey. Would it be possible for further streamline the reports? What are the essential ones in terms of supporting gender mainstreaming into the key UNFCCC milestones and processes? Also support the Secretariat to present a guidance on the timeline. It would also be easier with the streamlining the activities. It's moving here. Okay. I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, I think those are. I don't speak French. Do you? Yeah. The Miro is changing. The Mentimeter is changing, and I don't know why. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think those are everything. Okay. Yeah, we are at time for a break, a much deserved one after so many activities and deliverables that we had to look at. Thank you so much for all your input. I think this is a very rich conversation that we had. We will have a break for 15 minutes and come back for the final activity of the day. For this final activity, we're going to work on the 5 elements that requires more work according to the co-facilitators who produce the informal notes. So each table will be free to choose here in the room which activity they would like, which element of the 5 they would like to focus on. So you just agree between the group what one of these 5 elements, out of these 5 elements, which would be the prioritized for the group. We can have repeated elements across the tables. There's no problem. So just amongst yourselves, you decide which activity you would like, which element you'd like to work on. And that's it. That's what we're gonna do after the break. So have a good break. Thank you.
Okay, so we seem to have lost a few people, but whilst we're waiting for people to come back from the break, I wanted to just make an announcement about a joint capacity building session for national gender and climate change focal points on gender mainstreaming and social inclusion, which is being organised by the UNFCCC, the GCF, the Climate Investment Funds, the Adaptation Fund, and the NDC Partnership. Targeted towards national gender and climate change focal points, but open to select individuals who work on the intersection or can contribute to the training and discussions. And that is happening tomorrow from 9 to 9:30, which is registration. And then the funds will be presenting, and there's an open discussion. There's lunch, and then it's ending with a live brainstorming on opportunities for enhanced collaboration. It's being held at the International Livestock Research Institute, and there are 7 free slots at the moment. If you fit the description of who I said, so national gender and climate change focal points, or an individual who's working on that intersection and or can contribute to the training and discussion, please send your expression of interest to the gender team, gender-team@UNFCCC, including your full name, position, association, and a short statement that helps us to understand why you would like to join the training. If you could do that, please, before the end of the session today, that would be very helpful. So we have 7 slots, and it's at this point first in, if you meet that criteria. So thank you.
Thank you, Fleur. So we are reaching the last hour of this session. It's going to be a much shorter session. And you'll be discussing elements requiring further work. So in this QR code here, you can access the informal note if you don't have it with you. And then towards the end of this informal note, you're going to see these 5 elements. The title of these 5 elements is Views on Possible Gender Action Plan Activity Elements in Need of Further Work to be Framed as Activities. And during this workshop, you were really learning the differences, or practicing the differences between an activity and a deliverable, and what makes a deliverable actionable, measurable, fit for purpose. So in your table, you're just gonna choose one of these 5 elements that you'd like to work on. There are 5, you can choose just one. And it's a very short brainstorming, just 20-minute brainstorming. So this guidance that we have on screen, it's just to help you to first start thinking, what is the objective of these elements? What do we want with this? Is there already an existing activity in the current informal note that fulfills this objective? If there is already an activity, then maybe this element could be one deliverable within this activity, or maybe there is already a deliverable that fulfills this objective, and then this element could be just a tweak or a word, something that we add to a current deliverable so that it is accomplished, it's contemplated somehow. But if there is no activity accomplishing this objective, then yes, maybe this new element, this one of these 5 elements could be a new activity, and then you can think, how would you frame it as such? Because right now they are not framed as activities, and that's why they are listed at the bottom of the informal note. Or if you think that there is an activity but there is not a deliverable, then you can frame a new deliverable as you did for so many times during the rounds. So choose one element, work for 20 minutes brainstorming. What is the objective? Is this an activity? Is this a deliverable? Is this just an addition to a current activity or deliverable? And then we will report back in plenary. And it's the same for the online groups. The only difference is that the online groups, the participants can choose one of the rooms, and each room has the title of the element. So they can choose the element they want to work on. So 20 minutes for brainstorming, and then we will begin reporting back. You have 5 more minutes for brainstorming. Is it possible? You need more time? I'll give you 10 minutes then.
In 3 minutes, we will begin to report back.
So time is up, unfortunately. We will begin with the plenary presentations now. So I would like for you to raise your hand if you worked on element 1. Did anyone in the room worked on element 1? Yes, please.
We revised the activity, the proposed activity of creating a climate champion role for women environmental and human rights defender. And we think that this could potentially fit as a deliverable in activity B6, which is here. Um, enhanced safety protection mechanisms and support for women, environment, and human rights offender. And then indigenous women and girls from local communities, women and girls of African descent, and women organizations to exercise full, meaningful, and equal participation in leadership and knowledge sharing on climate policies and actions in national and international processes. However, we are aware of the potential financial and political implications of this appointment. So our suggestion here was that, similar to the roles of the high-level champion and the youth champion, that this could be an appointment that is made every year by the presidency, and then to work directly with the presidency team and the champions team to carry out this mandate, similar to what Brazil has done voluntarily with the appointment of the envoys, but this would be creating a position. But again, we're conscious of also the financial implications that this could have.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room worked on on element 1? No? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we actually worked on element 1 and specifically on the activity 3 on the exchange and understanding on gender and climate change related terminology. And we specifically looked at the deliverable 3.4, where we saw that as the activity specifically mentions different sexual cultural contexts, we felt the need to also include back the emerging issues and multidimensional factors to really reflect it in the activity. And something else that we thought about is that not only do we want the parties to lead that, but especially want relevant organizations, for example, the Women and Gender Constituency, especially the regional groups to be contributing to that, and also include the level of implementation on a regional level to have these exchanges. So our proposal would not only be a workshop, but also workshop and exchange to really have the discussion and the knowledge exchange also on the regional level.
Thank you. What about online? Do we have someone that worked on element 1? Do we have a report back from element 1 online? If not, I'll go to element 2. Who's in the room worked on element 2? Please raise your hand. There is one online. Okay, please go ahead. Carol? We can't hear you well. Please say something again.
Hello.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So in our group, we were talking a lot of ideas, and one of them was like have this pool of experts that we can reach out for assessment on how to integrate human rights, how to integrate the environmental issues that can be emerging through time.
Hand? No? And online? Did someone work on element 2 and would like to report? Yeah? Oh, sorry. In the room? Yes. Just a second. Just hold on. The online. There's someone here in the room that I didn't see before. Sorry. Yes, please go ahead, Jim.
Very quickly, we believe that this activity is already integrated in activities D2, which is the specifically when it says implementation of gender responsive technological solutions, including, and we believe that it's the fact that it's addressing nature-based solutions and indigenous knowledge. And then on the activity D6, although it's in there, it's explicit to finance, we feel that that should, as for the moment, be the priority. And this is between the framing of those two activities, this activity does end up being covered by those two. So there wouldn't necessarily be the need of expanding an additional activity.
Thank you. Now to the group online.
Sure, thank you. We had the same observation as the group in the room, so we thought this was already captured in activity D2. So we made some slight edits near the end of the activity where we talk about fostering participation. But so we changed the language a little bit to say instead, strengthening the participation and leadership of women and girls in all their diversity, including in local grassroots and marginalized communities. So this was an element of the activity at the bottom of the table. And leadership in science, technology, transfer activities, research, and development at all levels from planning and implementation. And then, so the activity at the end of the table also had peer-to-peer exchanges and training events, which we thought we could just add directly in the deliverable. And if Katerina, who was with me, if you want to add anything, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. And can we go back to the Menti to element 2? If someone would like to provide feedback or add anything, please do so. Let's go now to element 3. Who in the room worked on element 3? Yes, you in the back? Yes.
This team worked on element 3, which reads, parties to exchange experience, lessons learned with regard to successful funding strategies, such as writing project proposals, identifying and allocating existing funds, and accessing finance for developing and implementing activities under national gender climate action plans and gender action plans. In regard to the first comment, to include this in activity D6, we agreed that this can be included in activity D6. And then also there was a comment to combine bullet 3 and 4. We do realize that bullet 3 and 4 are sort of similar. We just need to lift the grassroots organization, indigenous people and local communities to element 3, but all those are captured in D5, in D6. The only, we realize that one of the deliverables that could be missing in D6 could be the peer-to-peer learning exchanges to make it a bit more stronger and more meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else working on 3 in the room? No. What about online? Do we have a report back?
Yes, we have a report back. We worked on elements 3. We also looked at element 4 because we believe that elements 3 and 4 were kind of similar in the way they talked about finance specifically. So we talked about the potential that these could be merged, elements 3 and 4, and incorporated either as a deliverable under D7 or indeed incorporated as into the existing biennial gender responsive climate finance dialogue that was discussed under D7. If it's a separate deliverable, and these two elements do go to points about successful funding strategies and enhancing access to climate finance for grassroots organisations, Indigenous peoples and local communities. So these could be separate deliverables as well. But if they were, just noting that the timing of that would need to be considered, particularly in line with the next NCQG milestone. And we also talked a bit about sort of the ways that we could just incorporate this into the existing deliverables as well. So we're not just duplicating. I think particularly after the session we just had on the timelines, there are a lot of dialogues under priority area D around climate finance. So incorporating elements of this into those dialogues would be useful. Thanks.
Element 4. Who worked on element 4 in the room? No? No one? Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So on element 4, we began our deliberations. First, we thought that the suggested point could go to priority 1 under capacity, but then looking deeply also through it, we felt it could also, be under as one of the deliverables for D7. And another suggestion was also that the D7 should be reframed, the activity should be reframed in ways that should really create the needed transformation at the grassroots. And then also, we also saw that the point 4, which is exchange knowledge on funding access modalities and reimagine funding together with parties and observers and implementing entities to enhance access to finance among grassroots organizations, indigenous people and local communities it's not connected to the point 3, which looks at learning and exchanges of success cases, which was also a suggestion where it was suggested that point 4 and point 3 should be merged. So for us, we think that they could stay separately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room worked on element 4? No? What about online? You can unmute yourself and speak.
That was us again. I mean, just to note that we kind of discussed element 3 and 4 kind of as a merge proposal, but just to note the important feature of access, right? So the deliverables under D7 and D6 both go to raise the awareness of funding strategies, mechanisms. Access is really important, an important piece of that. So I think enhancement of access would be something we could incorporate into those deliverables more explicitly. Obviously, if we've already done the exercises, but if you look at deliverable D7, it's quite vague in kind of hold a dialogue. And I think as we've gone through that discussion, it's a question of how do we make it more specific what we're hoping to achieve from those dialogues. So access could be one of those. Thanks.
Element 5. Yeah, this group worked, please.
Finance. We had a very creative conversation here. We had a very creative conversation here. Thank you for those who are here in the table. We discussed that it is very important to transit towards a gender indicator framework. We understand the challenges, so we thought maybe it would be important to keep it in the realm of the experts and bring national statistics offices to talk about the type of work that they're already doing, bring also UN Women and other entities that are already working on this, bring GEDA and other experts on data, so that first having a dialogue on what is out there, what would be needed, what are the recommendations, and that would help us then see, yes, from a report from the recommendations, then as of there, having an internal dialogue with member states to say what are the next steps to working, but coming from the recommendations of the people who's working on this, rather than having a negotiation on anything, because we don't think that we have the capacity, and member states are already doing a lot, and there are many experts. So we think that this could definitely fall under on the priority area E as an extra deliverable, with a timeline that is spaced, first the exchange of experts, and then the follow-up from a report with the recommendation, the compilation of the recommendations, and from there another dialogue with member states to say how this is going to be, what are the next steps in terms of moving forward.
Thank you very much. We go now to the element 5 group online.
That was us. We also took the chance to talk a little bit about priority area 5. Sorry, element number 5. So we thought this was quite a natural fit for a deliverable under priority area E, but then we kind of questioned whether it was duplicative and indeed whether it was actionable, and we made 2 points. The point was the agenda indicator framework that was culturally sensitive and adaptable to national circumstances would be really difficult to implement because everyone would likely report differently, and then you wouldn't be able to compare the indicators. So then you wouldn't really be able to track progress. So then it would be difficult what would be the point of that? And then we talked a little bit about that there are many indicator frameworks on gender out there that was a bit duplicative. There are things like the OECD's DAC markers on gender. So if you're looking so we thought maybe this could be framed in a way under E where it kind of talks about existing frameworks. And I think there is an activity or deliverable that speaks to that. And then on the second kind of part, we talks a little bit about establish a technical working group on gender and climate change. I mean, that is a kind of difficult thing to implement and kind of spans across many priority areas. So we didn't quite get into a discussion about how that might be put into operation. But just to sort of reiterate those 2 points about sort of like how would we actually action an indicator framework that is both culturally sensitive and adaptable to national context, and then also the duplication piece too. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, there's some.
Yeah, some clarification from our end. We indeed share the concern that indicator framework that is culturally sensitive and adaptable to national context is really gives us no room to work globally on a framework that will help monitor and evaluate the work that has been done. So we were thinking rather, even if something such as this proposal happens, it would have to be framed in terms of a framework for monitoring and evaluation with a component, with the focus on indicators, and without this type of caveats, but also at the same time giving the role to the experts and that are doing already the work to come and have this dialogue on what is happening, because as was already mentioned, there is already a lot of work, but it's also isolated and coming from different points of entry. So this group felt the need that it is indeed a void. So we thought that that was a good way to solve those issues.
Thank you. We have 2 comments here on Mentimeter. A proposal of basic indicators that should be taking into account for projects and policies, or maybe strategic areas to work on. And please reach out to girls and women with brief gripping, empowering informative videos in vernacular, and please obtain feedbacks and build consensus. Okay, so with that, we finish this last activity of this workshop. I think you should give yourselves a round of applause because it was a lot of work. Well done. As the next step, we will produce an informative summary that will be available on the workshop website. And we take it from there. And to close this 2-day workshop, I will hand it over to SBI Chair Julia Gardiner.
Thank you so much, Thais. I just wanted to come in very quickly and say thank you all for your work over the last 2 days and for your active and collaborative engagement here. I've been told and have witnessed that the hybrid format has worked well and that folks online felt able to actively contribute and be part of the discussion as well. So well done on that. Did want to say that I know it's been a long couple of days and you've worked very hard and that's tiring but just also to reflect on the fact that having this kind of dedicated time to the action plan is so valuable and also so rare, and we know that it's hard to find this time in the negotiations. So I really thank you all for making the most use of it in the way that you have. It seems to me that this workshop and the informal summary will enhance the efforts you all made in Bonn, which were reflected in the informal note, and will be a very helpful step to taking us closer to delivering a gender action plan at COP30 that will help navigate implementation of gender-responsive climate action at all levels over the next decade. I do, of course, want to say that we're not done yet, and so in the intervening time between now and COP30 to really encourage you to continue to work with each other, continue discussions, and to consider bringing forward joint proposals. I want to say a very special thank you to our moderator, Thais Prado, for a beautiful job today. And I know that you were not feeling very well yesterday, so to come in and do that, we really appreciate that. And then also to Fleur and team, Vivka, just making sure I got the pronunciation right, Gabriella and Alma, for the work that you've all done to put together this workshop, including all of the supporting materials. And I know it's a lot of work that you do, and it's not your only jobs either. So we really appreciate that so much. But thank you all. Yeah. And I think that brings us to a close, unless, ladies, you would like to add anything?
I just want to also say thank you. We designed a workshop that we hoped would help parties and observers think through what's really, really needed. And you have, I wouldn't say exceeded our expectations. We always have high expectations of this room, but we really deeply appreciate the commitment that you all took and the spirit with which you engaged on very long days for the last 2 days. So thank you, and please continue to talk to each other and talk to us. Thank you. That's all, everyone. Have a good night.
And safe travel.
Safe travels.
Do you think we can do a group photo? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yes, let's do that. I'm just not sure where. Yeah? Yeah? Here? Just, yep, okay. We're all going to come here.